And we are live! Hi, everybody! Let me pop all you guys out and let us get it us going. Ray! Good to see you, glad to have you. Reminder, no spoilers. Now that there's much left to spoil, literally, we're basically 3 episodes left, but basically just the bits we haven't got to yet. Kiko, good to see, glad to have ya. Infinite, good to see, glad to have ya. Catch a worm, early bird will catch the worm, and early Popotobo comes to say hi. Meowza, good to see, glad to have you. Raven, good to see, glad to have you. Greetings. Tracy, good to see, glad to have you. Kat, Sarah, good to see, glad to have you. Bring back on my normal work schedule. Makes it so much harder to watch stream. Oh no. Sorry, Kiko. Got spoiled getting out early on stream days. Good afternoon to you as well, Light. Good to see, glad to have you. Lynn, good to see, glad to have you. Ray, good to see, glad to have you. Interesting. Hi gets autocorrected to hiring. However, if you are hiring everyone, that is, that's not a bad way to be, right? Give everyone jobs. Quite good. Right, lady, good to see, glad to have you. Howdy, all. Actually, I have a question for Elio. Yes, please, always. Since starting the MSQ stream, do you find your voice acting has gotten better? I personally think so. I would suspect there are some characters that still either meander, wander, or are not always perfect, but I personally find slipping into everything easier, and I do feel like it's gotten better. Now, one of the things I'll note about going through the MSQ the way that we do, and because we have to keep, pace, is a lot of times I will read through lines really fast, maybe more fast than I could if I could give them some more characterization and expressiveness, and so a lot of times some of the characters may sound kind of similar because I'm reading at a similar cadence. But yeah, I would say I think it has. I know for sure it's gotten easier. I mean, just the difference of being able to swap between all the Scions, like that, for sure. It got faster, for sure, definitely, Ray, 100%. Adrian, good to see, glad to have ya. Footfalls came up on my playlist today and I thought of you, Elio. That is highest praise. Thank you, Light. Decoy, good to see, glad to have you. Spoiler bangers ahead. You are not wrong, Decoy. Please don't hire me. I'd mess with my disability benefits. Oh, the ironies. MSK, good to see, glad to have you. Only slightly late. Well, we're already only in the warm-up today, so you got plenty of time. What's the job you're hiring, though? Good evening to you, Decoy. V, good to see, glad to have you. Tam, good to see, glad to have you. I hated the fact that the music sticks around for the entire section. Yeah, Tam, we talked about that. I adore it, but I think we had that same conversation. Might have been in stream, it might have been off stream a while ago. Ever the Contrarian. I personally love it because I think for the same reasons we talked about. I love this preparation going into the final fight, this setup, I feel like the energy of everyone uniting, working together, this propulsive movement of reaching towards, uniting. I really like it. I like it for that. But I remember your arguments about the way because it's stuck this way for I think for you is multiple hours, that it can be repetitive. And maybe we'll see. Maybe going through another time, maybe I will be less of a proponent of it by the end. Spoilers, tears ahead. Ain't that the truth? There's always tears ahead. Misigo, good to see, glad to have you. Scarlet, good to see, glad to have you. I'm ready. Depression, I'm ready. Depression. Indeed. Deathberry, good to see, glad to have you. Endis, good to see, glad to have you. Hi to you as well. Hello, hope everyone having a great day. Always better for hanging out with you guys. Since we gotta do the warm-up anyways, actually, do we have access to no, we don't have access to the blue quest yet. Since we need something to do for a warm-up, obviously for people who usually see us during warm-up, who don't necessarily want to see warm-ups, you can probably skip ahead up to 20 minutes, but I have this, the recipe book for cooking, for the cooking stream. And what I have here is the ones noted that we're going to do, the potential recipes that we're going to do. And one of the things I wanted to ask you guys is I think which ones you potentially find the most interesting. And I don't necessarily know how much we'll do. I mean, heck, if we have a lot of fun, maybe we'll do more cooking streams in the future. But I definitely wanted to get some of your guys' thoughts on the ones that we're going to do. Yeah, it's probably more the loop that feels short. Tam, yeah, makes sense. Tam, did you have... What was your opinion on the Shadowbringers music when we went into that? Where the intrusion of the combat for that. And Sauber, yeah. Next expansion is just feels. It's just 10 hours of flow on loop. I got the cookbook as a wedding present. Oh, that's super cool. That's a good wedding present. Yukio, good to see, glad to have you. Cool breakfast. My bro is getting breakfast sandwich. Nice. Okay. Yay, cooking stream. Yes. Speaking of yes, we've got the 2 characters that make up the cooking stream with the Namazu and the Moogle. Okay, so here I'm gonna read off the names some of the names first. I'm gonna go through them. So there's Farmer's Breakfast. There is Lenosian Toast. There is an Oriental breakfast, which is actually just my favorite Japanese breakfast. I make this for myself all the time. It's just basically miso, like daikon, sake, furikake on gohan, like and green tea. I just make that normally. Salmon muffins. These are the breakfast things, so we're gonna choose. Wildwood scrambled eggs. Do we have to do the Wildwood scrambled eggs because of all the Wildwood role players? I feel like that one has to be for a locked in. Okay, so for those breakfast ones, which one are we doing? Like if we could only pick one. I think it's between like Lenosian Toast. I think I actually might have to go for the Wildwood scrambled eggs. Please do tonight's bread, please. We definitely do have this. Dude, also, we're doing coffee biscuits because they actually look genuinely delicious, and I'm not a huge coffee biscuit fan. I'm not a huge coffee fan. You absolutely need to cook salmon. I am a master at cooking salmon. I will definitely do salmon. Good thing I have a sandwich in front of me for this warm-up. You got the cookbook here. You had my interest, now you have my attention. Yeah, I was the one who complained about the intrusion of the combat music into the zone music because it meant both songs just kept starting and not continuing. Yeah, it's interesting, Tim. I mean, like, obviously very different things, but it is interesting how both those were bothersome to you. Speaking of cooking stream, it's still listed as the donation goal. Yes, I need to fix that. Let me fix that, change that real quick to Puppet Elio? I mean, that's what we just agreed on, right? Elements. Stream elements. Alerts and overlays. Started. Yeah, I already have an account. Why are you making this hard? There we go. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay, let's streaming tools. I know you guys aren't seeing like literally nothing. This is boring, but you're gonna see the overlay switch in just a second here. Okay, so we got cooking stream. X settings, no, position size, no, settings. There we go. Puppet Elio. Goal for that was 500. Nope, not 5,000. 500, and we already at $106 of that, which I need to fix. This is why you do these things before stream. Booyah. That should about do it. Okay. I've been meaning to make those coffee biscuits. Please do nice bread. No, you need Dusk White scrambled eggs. Don't tell the book doesn't have them. Okay. Oh, wait, it's Wildwood, because there's no Dusk White. Yeah. I think you guys... Well, honestly, if it's Mutui mushrooms, then it would be pretty appropriate. Enjoying the farmer's breakfast and the Wildwood eggs for breakfast items. Wildwood scrambled eggs are friggin' delicious. Walnut bread from Lenosian Toast is also amazing. I don't like nuts. Maybe that's why I'm so straight. Anything but Archon loaf. Is it going to be a poll for picking? I mean, we could, but that would take forever. I guess combat music off for the map is probably best. Yeah. Never thought about it. Yeah. Someone said Puppet Gobby, and I think that sounds hilarious and adorable. Well, on the bright side, for the short term, we can keep it with Elio Puppet, but we can switch it to Puppet Gobby. The thing is I know people who do, like, custom human forms. I just don't know anyone who does would do it like a custom Gobby. But in theory, we could be able to do that for sure. We just would have to contact the right people. How much money do we need to donate to remove Archon Loaf from the running? None. Don't worry, Archon Loaf is not gonna happen. Yeah. $1 million. Not only are you going to be cosplayed, but the newest character on this channel too, The Hand. Hey guys, how you doing? I like the Shadowbringers combat music, it's really jarring. Okay, I'm gonna say we're gonna do Wildwood Scrambled Eggs. Because, you know, I mean, Elio's a Wildwood Eorzean. That's appropriate. Okay, now we're on to appetizers. Oh man, there's a lot of options in here. Too bad I don't like potato salad, otherwise we could do potato salad. That's gonna be a pain in the ass to make. Okay, we got Forest Mikababa. We got Fudomaki rolls, which I've had experience making those quite a bit. We got Jerked Jamel. I think it's supposed to be like camel, if I'm not mistaken. And then Meat Me Mikabab. Mikababi Boobabe Way. And then the last one is tuna. Okay, a lot of kebabs in there as options. I'll let you guys pick from that. Before each stream would be too easy for sure. Oh, you're a Graha lover in this? Well, then you're in good company. Let's just say. I hate how I cannot flip a sunny side up egg right. Well, doesn't that mean this isn't the point of a sunny side up egg? But is Hand the new if he wasn't every stream since the beginning? Hand has always been here. Hand is eternal. Hand will never stop. Hand is always. Hand is the hard stuff. Hand has been responsible for all our raid clears, if you think about it. Like controlling forward movement and also all the other stuff like, what? I'm trying to remember. You do combat, okay? Okay. Ron Horsefon, best boys forever. Ryan, good to see, glad to have you. My mom gave me the book for Christmas and left a note inside with a list of all the recipes she wants me to make for her. Oh, that's so cute. I've not made too much out of the cookbook. Well, Deathbear, I haven't cooked anything out of it yet. Before stream would be too easy. Yeah, Ray, Tam and a lot of other people were feeling the same way about it. Do the various versions of Archon Loaf from the culinary requests. Oh, that's an interesting idea, Tam. Or if they ever do its cookbook volume 2. Okay, well, the jerked jammel I think would be hard. Fudomaki roll, that would be a pain. Let's do a kebab. So are we doing a forest kebab, which is all veggies? No, we need some meat. I think we do the meat kebab for appetizer. Cool. And the reason we have to decide this before the cooking stream is because I need to be able to get all the supplies and prep all the cooking utensils and things I'm gonna need. We're already having veggies for the you know, Wildwood breakfast. Remy, good to glad to have you. All the kebabs. Everything, Raven. Elio and the Hand are an iconic duo. They work together, hand in glove. Wait, am I the glove? Is he the hand and I'm the glove? I feel like it's some kind of like makes me the bottom bitch. Oh, fuck you. If Wildwood eggs are the breakfast, I definitely think the meat kebab is a good balance. Agreed. Music nerd mode on. This makes a second location that has Storm from the Heavens as a motif. Yeah. Yeah, there you go, Infinite. I don't eat meat out. Oh, you're a pescatarian? So I always pick the veggie options. I like meat quite a lot. I try to reduce my intake, but I eat quite a bit of meat. Okay. So now we're doing breads. We've got bacon bread, cornbread. I'm not doing it. Ishgardian muffin. Night spread. Oh, I guess we have to do night spread, don't we? We're doing night spread, right? So we are, okay, so I'm seeing bacon bread. Okay, it's between, it looks like it's between bacon bread and night spread. What are people voting? I'm gonna actually, I'll pull that one. Oh, okay, I was about to roll a pull, but I think everyone's pretty unanimous on that one. Night spread it is. Friendly reminder, we will get to playing soon. We just need a warm up, and currently we don't have the blue quests unlocked for Labyrinthos if you're coming in late. Okay. Now we've got soups and stews. We've got the exquisite beef stew with a picture of Julia Chai on it. We've got miso soup with tofu, which I have everything for, and I love miso soup. I might just say let's do miso because I adore miso so much. Sky Builder stew. Yeah. So okay, it's Sky Builder stew, miso soup, or exquisite beef stew. And I'm thinking that's Sky Builders. I'm thinking we might go with miso. You'll just have to start the night spread. Yeah, exactly what I was planning on, Sarah. Thank you. Exactly what I was thinking. I may actually enlist my help of my partner, who's a much better baker than I am. Okay, miso. I love miso. Miso is one of the only things I can have in the morning that doesn't make me nauseous. Like, I adore miso soup so much. Okay. Main dishes. We've got bonzeo. Sorry, I'm not good. I think that's Chinese, and it would be Chinese pronunciation. I don't know. Battered fish, which is literally just fried fish. Creamy salmon pasta. That actually kind of sounds nice. Deep fried okianos. That's literally just pork tonkatsu, which I'm actually really. I have made thousands. I'm not kidding. I'm not being hyperbolic here. I have literally made thousands of pieces of tonkatsu. I know for a fact I've made at least 5,000 at this point in my life. I may be approaching 6,000. For the tonkatsu is just fried pork cutlet. Pan fried mahi mahi. Pizza. Okay, pizza would be kind of fun to make on stream. Okay, so our options are, I'm gonna reduce it down to probably pizza, creamy salmon pasta, or deep fried pork cutlet. The AFK camera loves Graha. The AFK camera knows what's up. Des, good to see, glad to have you. I made the exquisite stew and that was really good. Ooh, okay, I have that listed. I'm gonna make that at some point for myself for sure. Tonkotsu, salmon pasta, pizza, pasta. Okay, I'm actually gonna pull this one because it actually seems pretty contentious. Pizza, pasta. And sending that out. Okay, and then in the short term, I'll start moving on. I want to make sure I didn't miss anyone who's joined us in. Salmon pasta is great. You've had it, Indus? Ooh, nice. I want to make sure I haven't missed saying hi to anyone. Doesn't look like we've had anyone new popping in. Okay. Funny enough, the flavor text for Giant Popoto says that we're eating it. It doesn't count as cannibalism. Tried to make banjiao, and I'm not sure how I messed it up. I mean, isn't that how it goes? It's like, this seems like I did everything right, and somehow it's still... So you say pasta pizza, and literally I'm just thinking of my mac and cheese pizza, which I get all the time. I love mac and cheese pizza. It's good shit. Okay, we've also got pork kukanui. Oh, okay, so there were actually some other main dishes, but I think none of them beat those three, so we'll stick with those. Okay, while I wait for you guys to vote on that, we're gonna do... Actually, you guys actually... Final call for voting on pasta pizza or pork cutlet. It is possible to make no mistakes and still fail. This is human. Thank you, Captain Picard. Okay. Wow, you guys are really on that pasta train. I'm surprised. Pasta. Wow, that was the one I wouldn't have thought won. Let me mark that real quick. Okay, now we gotta do sides. So, there are a bunch of sides that are really interesting, tons of them. But we're doing mashed potatoes. I don't care what you have to say. We're doing mashed potatoes. You know what's sad? Mashed potatoes with pork cutlet is actually one of my, with pork cutlet, gohan, gold curry is like one of my favorite things to make. Okay. Now we're on desserts, which, as we all know, I have my complicated feelings with fruits and baked goods, so we will be seeing no fruits as options. Honestly, cheese souffle sounds amazing. However, the amount of effort that would be involved in that would be ridiculous, so we can't do that one. So we're doing coffee biscuits. Yeah, we're doing coffee biscuits in honor of Ray Ray and of V, I think, who wants to make them, I think herself, and cook along with us. You guys, feel free to any of you cook along at home if you. Have you had gold curry with fish? I was thinking of trying that. I have, Ray Ray. I like it, but the best I have found is I do mirin glazed salmon, mirin glazed grilled or fried salmon. You can do it in the golden curry. I usually do it on the side, and then I do those two, and then I'll do gohan. Sushi rice, and those three together were usually pretty good with some miso soup for sure. What day is the cooking stream? It is, we don't have a finalized day yet. The problem is I remember that I'm actually driving out to Las Vegas starting the 23rd and 24th, or the 24th. So I will be driving and to FanFest starting the day of next 2 Mondays from now, and so not next Monday, but the next Monday. Which means that we won't have streams for Monday and Tuesday because I'm going from New Hampshire all the way to Nevada. So, but my hope is to do it before then. So because we're going to be finishing up Endwalker on Monday and Tuesday to next week, we're going to have to, if we do that, we're going to be doing it on one of the days during the week. So actually, let me say cooking stream when. And then let me put the day options. Thursday doesn't really work. Friday. Sat and sun. Yeah, Saturday stream before leaving makes them probably the most sense. V, I think that's a good idea. We may end up doing that. Oh, I also want to make dongo. I might also make dongo because I love dongo and they're fun to make. You don't know, that's what dongo is. This is gonna be an all-day affair, isn't it? It'll be fun. Okay, I think we're now on the final thing, which is drinks. So, I think, well, okay, look at the high elixir. It's got a goob on it, a goobu. How can we not do the high elixir? That or Ishgardian tea also sounds nice. Warm wine with an X potion with Urianger. Is lavender syrup? Fuck that, I hate lavender. I don't hate lavender, I just don't like lavender. Okay, I think we're doing high elixir and also we're gonna do an Ishgardian tea because the Ishgardian tea actually sounds lovely. And also sounds pretty easy to make. Okay, guys. We did it. So the meal altogether is going to be... let me get everything. The breakfast is going to be wildwood scrambled eggs with an appetizer of... meat a meat kebab. And then the bread will be knight's bread. And the soup will be miso soup with tofu. God, I'm gonna make sure to have to work up an appetite. The main course will be creamy salmon pasta. The side will be mashed potatoes. The dessert will be coffee biscuits. And the cocktails will be a high elixir and an Ishgardian tea. I'm definitely going to be doing a little bit of prep the day before. Okay. Final call for the poll. And perfect, we're at 4 minutes and 26, so we're perfect for our warm-up. Let me read you guys real quick. Mash and boil them, stick them in the stew. Mashed potatoes, I did it for us Thanksgiving for myself. It's really good. Yeah. I'm kind of the same, Elio. I tend to go for chocolate-based sweets. Yeah, I'm right with you, Adrian. What day is cooking stream? Elio, if I tried cooking as well, you'll hear breaking news about town being on fire. Well, you can join along for some of the easy recipes, Raven. Cheese souffle is good. It's not very sweet, according to my American taste buds. Wow. Oh, see that. Japanese. I will say, Japanese cheesecake is some of the best cheesecake I've ever had, which I know is different, but like, boy, Japanese cheesecake is just. I have a story. I was in Nikko in Japan. I was on the top of this just like hill in the middle of this like town near Tokugawa's shrine, and like. It was owned by this like lesbian Japanese couple who just sold nothing but cheesecakes out of their house, and it was the best cheesecake I've ever had. There were these little like perfect cheesecakes like in to-go containers. It was amazing. It was amazing. Dongo. Yes, Dongo. Hope your drive is scenic at least. Yeah, so I don't drive because I have like spasming conditions with my muscles, and like there's a bunch of reasons that I have struggles driving. I know how to drive and I can drive, but I technically don't have a license. Because it's just not always very safe. But I love driving cross country and being a passenger, and playing support, obviously, to my. But obviously, of course, I get the easy job. But I do love. I had the option to fly, and I would rather drive cross country because it's so beautiful. High Elixir is a good song. The X is good. Yeah. So is the X Potion. See, I hate lavender. I like the look of the X Potion. The X Potion is very pretty, but. With the Mitarashi syrup, yeah. Ishgardian tea or Tishgardian, if you will. I think my husband made the high elixir. I don't remember what he thought though. Yeah, I think it looks good. I love lavender, but also like weird things like elderberry and ozo. Oh wow, elderberry I'm a fan of. And lavender, I think a lot of people like lavender. Like I don't think you're weird. I think I'm more weird for not liking lavender. It's going to be entirely too much food. I hope you have lots of people around to eat it. I have a household with 4 people, though I don't know if all of them are there. And also some of the Deadpool might be able to help with, so there's that. My friend made the knight's bread, but that was really good too. Good to know. Who's going to eat all this? I will make small portions, for sure. It'll definitely be an all-day thing. Agreed, hope your partners are around that day. POV, your waiter at Eorzean Cafe in Elio is saying hi, saying his order to you. I made Japanese jiggly cheesecake. It was awesome. Dude, that stuff is so good. My sister got me a chocolate cold brew Starbucks drink. Nice. I'll have to keep that in mind whenever I go to Japan, then. I love cheesecake. Yeah, Japanese cheesecake is amazing. It's a little less sweet than American cheesecake, but it's the rich... As someone who's usually not a huge richness fan, it's so rich that it doesn't even matter. Sounds good on the cheesecake, yeah. What about Saivonu? I mean, that could be okay. It's not up my alley very much, but... Long car trips are very nice, agreed. Agreed on being a passenger for long drives. Short drives I can manage. Yeah. I guess I got burned after 3 cross-country moves in 10 years. I moved cross-country. I've moved a lot and and those things burned me, but I think that never changed. I find the most meditative time in my life and the most, like, reflective time and the most, sometimes the most, like, seeing all the other drivers and all the people pass by and the, like, ways in which we interact and pass through each other's lives. I don't know. And just the beauty and the scenic and the vastness of this country. It just never really leaves me. Okay, we are at 4:30. Perfect timing. The warm-up is done. Thank you for those of you who joined on in and contended with our little warm-up at the beginning for figuring out our cooking stream. And again, thank you to all those who helped pay for it. Looks like Saturday is the winner by far. So we will be doing it the Saturday before we leave, which means that we will be doing it on July the 22nd. July the 22nd. I don't know what time yet. I will give you that, guys, soon. Well, it will have to be early. We'll probably start early in the day, and then we'll be going until around maybe 7 or 8 EST. We'll see. The high elixir, I can 100% say that rosemary impacts the flavor by a lot. Not in a bad way, but it'll definitely taste different without it. That's good to know, Meowza. Thank you. 69%. Nice. If work wasn't a thing and I had to rely on people, I'd also do a cross-country trip. 100% test, yeah. Yeah, we will be. Luckily, my partner is graciously driving for me. Fan also has nice fluffy pancakes. Yes! They're good with the fluffy. They're good with the fluffy. I get car sick, so I prefer to drive, but long trips can do like lots of scenery. Yeah. Okay, shall we get going, guys? Shall we start our journey into our beginning of the end, frankly? Also, we will probably be seeing a dungeon and a trial today. However, if this is the trial I think it is, I'd like to do... Well, a trial I think it is. This is the trial I think it is. If we get there, I would like to do the trust version, if you guys don't mind, just because I feel like it's so appropriate. But I know if you guys strongly feel otherwise, we'll get into that. If you remember, last thing that's happened is Alfino and the crew are all working together, calling all our contacts and all the people of the world, all the friends that we've made from ARR to Heavensward, Stormblood, Shadowbring. Well, it's Shadowbringers as well. During the times that we're in the source, are all banding together in order to find every bit of adamantite and every bit of aether-rich material that can be found in order to help increase the efficiency of the ship being built to ferry the people from Atheris onto the moon. Okay. Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet the requirements once they have arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else we might do to be of service? Ha! You've already done more than enough. If I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about elegant technology. You there, lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than the average scholar. If only Master Kokol knew how right he was. While he and Graha established a rapport, why don't we help with the preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangement. But I propose this not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. That would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse. And nothing else. It beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for adamantite. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you mind lend a hand, I know where you have to go. Shirley and Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholarly type busy in themselves preparing for the Exodus. Pah! They'll not need all the help they can get. I know that was all over the place with Kokol. Well then, off we go. Ray, is this where your map comes in handy? Also, AC, good to have you. Side note, I'm so used to Elio being an hour behind me that when he said 4:30, it threw me off. Yeah, now that I'm on the East Coast. Yeah, okay, everyone's on board with Trial of Trust, cool. Here, I have a question for you guys. Don't think so much like in terms of like, long-term ramifications. Would you like it if every trial from now on had a trust system? Like, I think there's two reasons that I don't think that's necessary. One of which is that if they do that, that means that you always have to have 7 other NPCs with you at every trial in order for it to make sense. Unless they made the trusts the spirits summoned by the magics of the Zem. The other thing I was going to say is that they've created the magic of Zem now, which means that they can kind of justify why our friends show up anyways. Did you want me to just send you a map? You can send it to me. I may not check it right away unless I'm struggling, but definitely. Attune to the Hamlet? I think we're already attuned to it. Ah, we got there. Thank you though, Tracy. As someone who wouldn't be able to join anyway, I'm a big proponent of doing the story with duties with trust because it makes a more consistent narrative. Yeah, I think I have similar feelings, especially from a narrative standpoint. Oh, is it that quest? Well, we're getting there for sure. Actually, Asian breads are vastly superior in terms of softness compared to American stuff. Well, when you say American, it's funny, right? Because it depends on which American stuff, because there's such a breadth of different American breads. You know, like, weirdly enough, do you consider challah an American bread? I mean, clearly it's not American origin, but like, you know, the Jewish community, like the version of it that exists so prevalently here. Like, what constitutes an American bread, right? Other than like, like Wonder Bread. And if someone has an answer to that, please do. I actually don't know what would constitute an American bread because we're such a mishmash of other cultures. Do my senses deceive me in the shadow of yon corner? One can but hope this leadeth not to mischievous undertakings. As surprised as I was to learn the Forum's plan to send everyone to the moon, I can't imagine how the common folk must feel about it. I don't mind a bit of heavy lifting, but I draw the line at paperwork. So much as so much as a wave, a sheaf of documents at me. So much as wave a sheaf of documents at me, and I'll put my lance through it. That's an Estinian moment. What quaint little settlement is this? A shame it isn't hidden underground. It's shame it's hidden underground. In order to protect the secrets of the Central Circuit, the researchers must navigate through a bewildering maze of paperwork before they're permitted to return to the surface. I suppose it's no different than any other aspect of Sharlayan society. We do love our bureaucracy. It's very much a mirror of the city above, which is perhaps how it came to be called the Sharlayan Hamlet. From what I can tell, a lot of the people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Scholar Montashe mentioned. Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. Let's meet by the Aetherites once our work is done. Ali's saying Lystinian silly would break one. I love playing Monkey See, Monkey Do with you, Stola. If no Stola, I'll stand with Thancred. Everyone else does dumb stuff. But isn't it great dumb stuff? Happened more than a few times. I hit a story trial at like 3 a.m. and the queue popped and the story's momentum dead in its tracks. Yeah, well, there's definitely that, right? Good point that like having to wait can really suck if you're at a weird point. And on top of that, if this is different for me, but like if you're at your first time doing, let's say, the Seed of Sacrifice, right? And then all of a sudden it loads in and there's like 2 people with a frog's head, a naked Rogadin, and a cheetah print Makote. It kind of undercuts the moment a bit, for me, personally. As DPS maybe I'll love it whenever wait times get long, but with T I often just use looking for group anyways. Yeah, that for sure helps. Helping with the Ark. Even with all the power Master Kokol's managed to squeeze out of the Aetherburger, it's still not enough apparently. And now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. Only we've begun the exodus sooner. People are dying and there will be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We've spent years preparing for this moment. Believe it. Believe in the plan, and all will be well. I like Hala. Hala just Yiddish bread, thank you very much. That is an important correction, thank you, Tim. Also, there's just recipes for it. Yeah, I've heard some Hala before and been rather disappointed. Yeah. Like, that's the other thing is, like, you can have versions of, like, regional breads that are originally from without the US, but there are very, like, US-oriented variants, right? Sort of. Trials are cinematic, then sure. Trust, but some trials don't work with trust, like the extremes. Yeah, I'm not, set extremes aside. I don't, trust for savage extremes and all that is not on the table. It's more just like the normal versions, I think is the only, like, if there was like a savage dungeon, like Still Eat Subterrane, I wouldn't want trusts, right? But yeah. Offering to help, that's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents by myself. It's mostly a list of the things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and whichever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions. We'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist us in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person after having communicated with them in such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I'm not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous, looming giants. Why, I would much prefer something small and fluffy, like the beheaded rabbit that ran by. Wait! Did that actually just happen? I need to go back on the stream. I didn't realize, wait. Okay, no, it was a Parago I saw. A Parago walked by, and out of the corner of my eye, I just saw movement. I'm like, did they time a Loporrit to walk by during that? That would have been amazing. Yeah, extremes aren't story mode, exactly. Justinian is me by the end of the day with paperwork. Streams are fan fiction in the universe more often than not, and hardly part of the MSQ, yeah. I think non-MSQ trials probably shouldn't have trust. Yeah, I would agree. Who would be able to summon for certain trials, though? Who would we be able to summon for certain trials? I mean, I don't think it matters. I think you just, like, manifestations of something, right? Like, they never firmly established whether or not the people being summoned by Azem's magics are coming from other reflections, from source, from where, but it's not really relevant. I mean, it's relevant, but it's not important. I mean, it's important, but it's not necessary. Oh, hello. Are you the one of the new helpers? Yeah, I'm Millie Forcheron. Anything I can do to help? We're working on the Aether Burner currently. We're working on the Aether Burner. Oh dear. I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I choose that over my current duties. Checking and loading samples day in, day out. It's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. The forum's got enough on their plate, as is, what with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when. A lot of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Fortunal and the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? It goes cornbread, but I'm not sure if Americans are its inventors. Art? Sweeping is an important duty as well. Is cornbread American? Actually, that's a really interesting question. Terrestrial duty recorder is how I racked up G-Post backlog I never thought I'd get through. You good, Elio? Yeah, I had just a brain spasm thing that happens sometimes. Spike of no bueno chemicals. Store-bought bread and pastries, the mouthfeel isn't as soft. Donuts, sliced bread, even croissants compared to Asian stuff. That makes sense. It depends on where you buy it. It depends on, like, it depends on which country for sure. But there's definitely some of that for sure in Japan, like the baked goods. It would appear the Loporrits have infiltrated Charlene's most heavily guarded facility. How, I know not.
Crikey, I wasn't expecting to see you here, Elio. I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to say goodbye, and for, having those other Loporrits attack you. Terrible misunderstanding, that. Not to worry, though, as all have since recovered from the rather savage beating you administered. They bear you no ill will. Well, perhaps a little, on account of the savagery. But time heals all wounds. Most, anyway. How marvelous it is to see you again. You'll be pleased to hear I've learned much since our fascinating discussion at the Curatorium. It's all thanks to Urianger, you see. He's taught me the finer points of cooking, which, despite my name, I knew very little about. So many dishes, so many hard-to-pronounce words. Actually, I was rather hoping he'd showed me how to bake an archon loaf. They're quite popular, I hear, though it doesn't sound like it contains any flavor to speak of. Still, if that's the sort of thing you kind enjoys, I shall make enough to last the whole journey.
Oh, it actually played the sound.
Well, enjoy to sample the delights of Aetheris. Fancy meeting you here, Elio. Our friends at the forum brought us to see the teeny tiny boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magics. What we're really interested is in Aetheris itself, though. We now find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around. Or at least that's what we were planning to do, until we can't chance upon Urianger and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun?
No cooking way, do not. Google has cornbread as an American Indian food expanded on by sellers. Huh. That makes sense. That's usually how it goes. Well, they do have coffee, Yukio. Pretty sure. I'm almost certain there's references to it. I know there's coffee exists, and I'm pretty sure Charlene has. Oh god, no Archon loaf, please. I tried to prove a couple of American breads were from the U.S., but both came from elsewhere. San Francisco sourdough came from French immigrants during English. I mean, that's America's history, right? Is immigrants bringing their thing and then it being slightly adapted or changed over time. The Dutch crunch is an American counterpart of tiger bread. Huh. Which totally makes sense, yep.
A tour of Labyrinthos. An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt the artificial environments and Bestway burrows, it would be in our best interest to have the Loporrits acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Sharlayan collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Mayhap thou art better suited to lead this venture?
What a marvelous idea. Might we begin with the great big what's over yonder?
Ah yes, the whatsits. I shall leave its explanation to Elio.
Ray, as a British citizen, I think you are the last person to comment on us nicking something from other culture. No, but like, you're not wrong. But like, also, I do think to say that America has no culture really does greatly ignore a lot of America's, like, one, part of it is that America exports a lot of its culture, and therefore it's become a lot, like, sort of ubiquitous as part of international culture. You know, and so that's one thing that happens. And the other thing is, yeah, we're such a pastiche of different cultures, but that melting pot has arisen new and unique things from it. I also get a little annoyed at, playfully annoyed at Britons call it, to be like, Americans have no culture. It's like, oh, fuck off. I get it, we're a young country. It doesn't mean we have nothing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was arguing that the culture of the USA is the blend of imported cultures, like Elio just said. Yeah, totally agree, Tim.
This is all very intriguing, I'm sure, but where are the food preparation stations? The, what was your word for it? Kitchens? That reminds me, Puddingway, our newly appointed chef of pudding, or chief of pudding research, a discipline he himself founded after sampling Urianger's delights, has gone in search of a Theris, his ultimate sweet treat. Well, provided it's a pudding, as that's all he ever talks about these days. Have you seen him?
If you have not done Puddingway's quest, by the way, you absolutely should.
My word! What a magnificent architecture! Such immaculate curvature. I'll have to make several adjustments to my work if I'm to match this degree of craftsmanship. I shall leave no corner unrounded. Considering Singing Way and Growing Way specialities, I expect them to pay full attention to their explanations, which I'm sure will be most informative.
The Loporrits' technical expertise doth far outstrip our own. We would be wise to allow them to form their own conclusions as to the function of the various apparatus, rather than other uniform suppositions of our own. Unless, that is, unbeknownst to me, thou art possessed of surpassing knowledge concerning the construction and operation of advanced Sharlayan... whatsits?
I tease, you know that. Never, Ray, not once.
Goodness me, to build something so large without creation magics is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features.
Just the apparatus for points. Oh. See, I'm sad that they don't just, like, that the immediate answer is that you can't just give a random answer about it.
It is a little hard to see from here, but is that a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? And I can see through the window another pipe at the bottom. Nah, that must be the purifying water drawn up from below.
Oblivion, good to see, glad to have ya. Oh, here are the water towers. Yeah, there we go.
That looks like the trees in Great Anvil. Hold on, that's a bit strange of a shape. It's thin at the bottom but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced, too. Oh, now it makes sense. That's where they store the water. Is that water I hear from inside the great big tube? It must be because of those cogs and gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they draw up the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it, too.
Archimedes screw. No, is it Archimedes? No, is it? You know the screw I'm talking about, the corkscrew. What is it? Is it Archimedes?
Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in the tower before being distributed everywhere.
Oh, it is Archimedes screw? Thank you, Tim.
I'm right, aren't I? I knew it! A design brilliant in simplicity, I dare say, would take only a moment to install in even the harshest of environments, for us Labyrinths, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that people of Aetheris sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive?
Ooh, settlements in Hydaelyn are built near oases, large bodies of water.
So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to produce the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from dying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual, and it may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtained their water in the first place.
Master Alphino spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Logisticon Alpha, did he not? Mayhap the Labyrinthos will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel.
Oh yes, that's absolutely splendid!
We must journey beyond the sanctuary of the Charlian Hamlet. I shall lead the way.
You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern, indeed. We could not help but notice that many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of the settlement. Were we not escorted here by our burly custodians? I dread to think what would have become of us.
Regrettably, to many hungry predators, the aforementioned big, nasty teeth, Labyrinthos may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance.
Kathra, good to glad to have you.
Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Logisticon Alpha? For my part, I shall act as an escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I entrust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. More valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed.
If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beasts. Come along, Growing Way, to the water extraction whatsits.
I love Labyrinthos. Monkey bread is pretty good. What the hell is monkey bread? I hope. Damn it, Elio, that dealt more damage than Machinist crit drill. You're welcome. I hope Tiger Bread isn't anything to Tiger Stripes ice cream. Orange flavored ice cream with licorice stripes? Nah. The melting pot is the culture. Dez, good to glad to have you. If it was made here by an immigrant, then it is American. I guess that is like part of the American ethos, right? Is that we are the pastiche. Not pastiche, we are the melting pot. Hello, I'm on time. Hey, Bliv. What's the difference between a pudding, a flan, and a custard and a gelatin? I actually couldn't tell you off the top of my head the exact differences. I can tell you by sight or taste. But... Yukio, Elio, I'm curious on your opinion. I noticed in the forums the demands for the Warrior of Light to get an Archon mark like that of the Scions. How do you feel about possible cosmetic option? I think it'd be a really cool cosmetic option if they made a quest line devoted to it. I think you could make a Charlian quest line that if you did, you would allow you to earn your Archon mark. I would say that is... I think the option to have it is a good thing if done not just as a random thing that you can get, but actually earned through a quest line. And I also think that quest line should be done only available after you finish Endwalker, personally. I think that is the point in the story in which it makes the most sense for the Warrior of Light to be someone who could have earned it. Just having it as an option from the get-go. And I say that as something where like the headcanon I came up for Elio originally was having him be an Archon from Charlian. So like, you know.
I have a feeling the way forward is not as clear as we'd like. Could you go and take a look? Perhaps you could tell the local beasties we're not nearly as delicious as we might appear. They do speak, right?
Have you tried frozen pudding or frozen jello? Frozen jello, yes. I'm not a big jello fan in general, though, so frozen pudding, no. Welcome back, Kiko. Putting in broad definition, flan has Latin American origins, custard is, I forgot. Gelatin has horse in it or something. Yeah, bones, a lot of bones to use for it. Custard is also very egg yolk dependent. Interesting. Flan is a custard which has eggs. Gelatin is made of protein gelling agent, agar from plants or collagen from animals. Gelatin is made from boiled hoof. It's not always horse, it can be pig hooves, yep. Interesting. Probably stuff them in our bags and stuff the loppers in our bags and carry them. Yeah, the holy hand with sharp pointy teeth.
I say that fiend has a mind to feast on roasted lopperates.
Thank you so much. I really hope this water extraction is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you.
We don't boil pudding, we steam it. Interesting. List of plushies I need, Loperet and Torgal. I think my partner bought the Torgal. Is the Torgal one pre-order? Because I feel like my partner ordered one. I don't know, but I don't think we got it yet. Tiger bread has a crunchy topping on it, which looks like tiger stripes when baked. Lemon. Oh, let me post a pic in the consumables. Oh, that's cool. I'll definitely check that out later, Light. Typically, most gelatin dishes are fruit-based. Is that true? I guess it's kind of true. At least fruit-flavored. You ever? I mean, in the stateside, you like a lot of gelatin here just doesn't come with fruit in it. Because, I mean, some of it does, but most people think it's gross. I would say most people think it's gross. In my experience, most people I feel like are like, give the chop, definitely will. I'd love to have a few different quest lines you can earn Archon mark in, i.e. quest line for department. Yeah, that would be cool, Oblivion. Yeah. I feel like that would be kind of a pain in the ass for them to do, and I feel like instead they've kind of, like, their version of doing that for Department of Hand and Land was to make the Studium ones. I mean, hey, here's what I'll say. You have to do all the Studium quests as a prerequisite in order to unlock the quest that allows you to earn your Archon mark, but it's actually it's a Department of War. Fighting focused maybe in some way, because like that's the Warrior of Light to a T, right? Is like their capacity for strength and fighting. I feel like ultimately the thing that they could add, although another cool thing would be like if you had to do a bunch of different things, one per expansion. So for instance, like you had a contribution that came from Garlean stuff or things that you learned about Eorzea. You have a contribution that comes from Alag, from Azazla. You have a contribution that comes from aspects of Othard. You have for Stormblood. You know, that'd be cool. Aspects of other reflections coming from thanks to Shadowbringers. That'd be really cool.
Let's get moving. The building looks nice and solid and safe. That was all very exciting, but I'd rather not do it again. Wait, how exactly were we planning to head back later? You've done well to see these two here safely. They can be a bit skittish at the best of times, so I'm pleasantly surprised they didn't run off and get themselves killed. I could have helped noticing a distinct lack of carrots along the way, or many of the other vegetables I was expecting to see, though I did catch a glimpse of some sort of bipedal tomato charging about. Must be my imagination.
My friends, I bid you welcome to Logisticon Alpha. Our destination doth lie at the lift's top. Pray, follow me. All the FF16 stuff is pre-order at the moment. Oh, okay. That explains it. I mean, that kind of makes sense. They probably, I wonder if they weren't fully expecting the amount of demand. Or I wonder if they wanted to see what the demand was before. Monkey bread is like chunks of cinnamon rolls you can pull apart from roughly dome-shaped things made in the shape of a described. No, but I followed him. That actually seems pretty good. SOS is probably the best name American food. Chinese puddings are more like soup, but they're not quite depending on what you got. Interesting. Put them in milkshake saddlebags. Put them in milkshake saddlebags. Definitely, Kathra. That's what we'll do with it for sure. Yeah, AC, I think Tracy was saying that earlier about the English puddings. I haven't seen this since the moving Midwest. I haven't seen since the moving Midwest. There's a savory garlic parmesan version of monkey bread. That sounds less appetizing, but it could be good. Monkey bread is awesome. Man, I gotta get some monkey bread.
Forgive me for asking, but are we any closer to the kitchens? Come to think of it, why am I even here? Atmospheric manipulators are hardly my area of expertise.
Man, I don't know if I actually read all these dialogue options the first time I came through the game, and I'm really appreciating the amount of like little jokes and efforts. It's great when like they manage to make a like a race or characters with like a disposition that's like the writers just immediately get and can play off of, and like are just become naturally funny.
That was terrifying, but at least the scenery was more pleasant than what's name? Garlemald? As a first impression of Atheris, it was far from very verbal. Anyway, onwards and upwards, quite literally, as is the case here. As I understand, places like Labyrinthos are the exception rather than the rule. You don't all build enormous underground living spaces like this, surely.
Well, you'll have to ask the Elmorans.
Marvelous, simply marvelous. So this is where the magic, or science, rather, takes place. A perfect environment to sustain life artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for the new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently, most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that Atheris just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder? Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous. I cannot wait to see more of it. I should like to study this primitive, yet nevertheless intriguing contraption a while longer, if I may. That the Charlians were able to build something of this complexity with their limited knowledge and resources is most impressive. This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment-proven facilities. In other words, where's the food?
I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found in Mariel's agronomics. As I imagine, Singing Way and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus. Wouldst thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian?
Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Urianger was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose, description cannot compare to sampling them myself, not to mention Atheris will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can. There's still time. Let us brook no further delay! Urianger is rubbing off on me.
It was all sweet versions. Interesting. I wonder if it's an Monkey Bread's an East Coast thing. I have no idea, so I maybe like but I've never heard of it in the when I was in the Midwest. I'm sure someone sells it. It's like can be found, but I just never heard of it before. I just thought of this and given the stream monkey breed. Glorious, Des. Glorious. A fighting Archon Mark quest you get for getting all jobs to 90. Yeah. Oh, okay. I like that. You have to get all jobs to 90. You have to do all the role quests in the Studium, and then you unlock a quest line that gets you the Archon Mark. See, like I like the idea that there's a lot of like hurdles, but it's like very doable, you know. Are the Labyrinths arcane entities or living beings? Living beings. So remember that like creation, just because your creation magics is used to create something does not necessarily mean it's not a living being. Also, something can be a living being. I get what you're saying. Are they of like the bloodborne rather than of the elemental, right? Class taxonomy. And they're definitely, I think, of the bloodborne. I think the one thing that makes them weird is that they don't have reproduction. They don't seem to reproduce necessarily. So that is a kind of a caveat for them, but they are, as far as I'm concerned, I would say taxonomically more in line with any other tribal, normal tribal group.
This is the place, yes? The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crop without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if you'd be willing to part with a few, samples?
I really liked the Labyrinths when I first played this, like a lot. I feel like my replaythrough has really even greatly increased my love for them, especially with the little things, like the little bits and bobs that they have to say.
I suppose if they did put me in a pie, I could just eat my way out. Wait, they get quite hot inside, don't they? On second thought, let's stick to the plan for now.
Like shit like that. That's perfect timing, fucking cooking away. Oh, what a fine mess this is. Anything I can help with? Ah, it's you. the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet from preparing for the exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here up there. First on the moon, then on whichever star the forum decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal, so savage, so extreme.
Don't you want to go to the moon?
Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in the new environments. So many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it?
Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may.
By all means, help yourself.
Much appreciated, my good fellow. So, where to begin?
Grapes. Weird that the first time I learned of it was when I moved to Omaha. So okay, so it's interesting. Heard of monkey bread. Maybe it is more common in the Midwest. Grapes. I love that they went from what? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Would have been like 8 facets, basically. Like the original grape that they had was like literally just like 4 sides plus 4 sides at the top, I think. So basically, no, because they also had the bottom, so I think that's 4 more. So about like 12 facets. They fucking did a hot patch. I don't even know if it was a hot patch. They did a patch to fix the grapes and make them like look at least a little bit more organic. Also, all y'all saw what was in the care package for. Let me pull it up. The care package. For FanFest, right? For those of you who haven't seen it, this is the goodie bag for if you go to FanFest, which is it's a stress ball, like a grape stress ball, like one of the grapes, the original ones too, like the old, like really just wild. The level to which they know their memes for their community is hilarious.
Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes? Let's see if they're delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour. The taste is much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, literally and figuratively, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes?
I didn't remember this. So for those of you who don't know, in the one of the short stories, it's revealed that there was an island that was going to basically sink or be destroyed thanks to just be destroyed thanks to an erupting volcano, and a Zem saved it, and it's speculated that the only reason they bothered saving it was because they liked the grapes on it. You know, I'd even brave an erupting volcano just to get some grapes.
Yes, they are rather Moorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I recall. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next tree. Orange by name, orange by nature. Appropriate.
I just realized that I think that actually works in Japanese because orange is the name for the color orange. So actually, I wonder if that also works. I wonder if they use this very similar pun in Japanese.
What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. Yes, that's equal parts sweet and sour, as with grapes. Yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Urianger about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter? This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices. And each individual with their own preference, own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they still are in my estimation. Let no one say I said otherwise. But speaking of carrots, have you sampled any of the vegetables? Let's see what's in the field over there.
You know what's interesting? I feel like you could easily see, like, well, what's the point of this cooldown right here? Like, why are we spending this time with the Labyrinths? But one, I actually do think this is important because the Labyrinths having a connection with the world matters for them. It matters for them, and it matters for some of this, what comes next, and making them feel a part of Atheris. And also, it's pointing out, like, all the things that will be lost if we fail. If we leave, not even fail, if we leave, things like oranges may be no more. Things like grapes may be no more. You know, these lovely, like, we may survive, but so much will be lost no matter what, you know? And I actually do think that's an important element because we tend to frame it just in, like, will we survive or will we not? But there's this huge other spectrum beyond survival, which is thriving, which is, you know, what is the quality of life? What is, you know, like, all that matters. Like, sometimes it's not just enough to just be alive.
That color, that texture. Are they some sort of enormous round carrots?
No, they're pumpkins.
No. In any case, proper nomenclature is less of concern than the taste. Blech! It's so hard and flavorless. I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. This all but confirms it. There's nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as a goodly carrots.
Stop. Can't you see these are pumpkins? No one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first.
Do you not find it an awful bother?
Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. How appropriate for the thing that we started with the cooking stream, that we have all this time with cooking ways and recipes and conversations about that. It's almost like I planned it. I did not. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember.
Then perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder though, if there's anything even more delicious. How about that yellow fruit over yonder?
People want to live, not survive. Yeah. Not just survive, I should say.
What a wondrous fragrance. With luck, it'll have a flavor to match. As I've no idea how these are eaten, I'll just bite into it. My tongue. Is this poison?
No, it's a lemon.
A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? It may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I had best call an end to this round of sampling. Let us say our farewells and return to the others.
I have had a partner, AC, who just ate raw lemons whole. She just eat them like people eat an apple. Wild. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking.
I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges. Less so with the pumpkin, though I learned the hard way that they're not to be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon. The deceiver. I still feel so violated.
First time, was it? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth, in more ways than one. We'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will.
More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity to... Bit of a sick came up there. Learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin. Do your worst. This is delicious! Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking.
See? We rarely use lemons in its natural state, but has a starring role in all sorts of recipes. The same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonized over what was worth preserving, and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we are to survive.
Such strength of will. Now I know what Hydaelyn sees in your kind. Mankind, the Labyrinths. We were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients.
Actually, that's really interesting. That's an interesting way. That's a screenshot. That's worth remembering. Oh.
They learned all there is to learn about nature, of sentient life, and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirement for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection.
Maslow's hierarchy of needs, maybe.
And therein lies its folly, and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. 'Tis the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilization, since time immemorial, has deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, to be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins, in short.
Pardon my Eorzean. What in the seven hells are you on about? And who are you, anyways?
Cooking Way, at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Atheris' species as possible, if you're up to the challenge.
Yes, of course. I look forward to it.
Well, this has been highly productive. Probably. Let's go. See if Urianger and the others have run out of the machinery to inspect, shall we?
Man, I love Cooking Way. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't remember this section this vividly, but actually this is a very lovely section. I get why some people are underwhelmed by it, because like things have been so big and so amazing. You're coming from Alpus to the Battle of the Snowfields in Garlemald to like and what comes after this is so much bigger, emotionally and literally and figuratively. Like, I think these small moments and these like cooldowns and these having him pontificate kind of on exactly, you know, what is ultimately one of the main points and themes, right? And also him learning the lesson not from some great philosophical like moment of revelation amazingness, but sheerly just from when figuring out that when life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins, you know? To the big action stuff. Yeah, totally, V. It's a good little light moment. It's palate cleanser if you want. But the thing is, I don't even think it's just a palate cleanser, because I think it's a resetting of energy for sure. And so you're not wrong, but it's also important. It's also not just like a non sequitur or a complete tangent. It's tied very firmly into exactly the point of everything else going on around it. Lemon ricotta pancakes are awesome. No fruit and pastries, not together.
Oh, there you are. Have the others finished talking about rainmaking? What's it? Not to rub it in, but we had the most fantastic time while you were away. Urianger was able to obtain all manner of meteorological data for us to pore over. I'll be sure to put my newfound knowledge to good use once we return to the moon. It's my duty to make your journey as comfortable as possible, though there's no telling how long it'll be. 100 years? 1,000? Probably closer to 5,000, give or take. Oh, wow. So for context, the amount of time between Alag's fall and now would be the amount of time that humanity will have to reside on the moon before they get to a new world. Where have you and Cooking Way been? If the two of you were engaged in pursuits of educational nature, you should have taken me too. I am the leader, after all.
By Cooking Way's broad grim, I have assumed your excursion was a roaring success.
That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, Do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine?
Far East has oodles of noodles.
Well, Limsa is home to the Culinarians Guild, and some more questionable establishments. Would that I had time to visit. The more I learn of Atheris, the more I wish I could spare it from the final days. Alas, Hydaelyn's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way.
Do a super chat. Make Elio say weird shit in a silly voice because it makes Deadpool happy.
It's true.
Elio, I trust thy time at Merrill Economics did bear fruit. Our own efforts, too, were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. Did he get funnier from, like... Urianger's been making a lot of jokes and laughing. I feel like his time with the Labyrinthos have made him more humorous. No doubt our guest's relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let's return to the Charlian Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every labyrinth there, should further questions within my power to answer arise. Urianger's such a dad sometimes. Well, you combine Urianger with Dad Crid. I mean, just two dads.
Aww.
I was a little worried that it was too late just before the big action stuff, but it worked well to reinforce how important everything going forward was to be. Yeah, I agree, Kiko. And also because, importantly, it's not important, unimportant. Because, as we all know, for most of us, as we know, like, where it is right now ramps back up with some emotional beats that are still tied into these moments and what we're doing. And certain revelations, and then into the next dungeon, and then into, like, so, like, it ramps back up. It doesn't just, like, you know. Whole thing about little moments are what makes it all worth it, yeah. You can save yourself some time, too, by getting some store-bought lemon curd. Just to add a little vanilla yourself. Oh, that's interesting advice. The fact that these important small moments happen in this section is a huge reason why the rushing towards the end music was not stopped for the whole time. Oh, interesting. Okay, see, that's interesting because I don't see this as like rush music. I see this as rising action, everyone united music. But that definitely makes sense. If this feels like this is like it feels propulsive, but it doesn't feel propulsive in the sense that like it's like rah! It's more like yeah. To me. But I definitely understand if like it gives that vibe to you, Tam, that makes more sense. And I mean, to be fair, like you could start this music after the moment that we're coming to in a little bit, and that would still probably work, right? Well, its calmer moment helps reinforce exactly how much is at stake. Even if they manage to escape the final days, the world will never recover. Yeah, a lot will be lost forever, totally. Gestures vaguely to Wally. Urianger is such a dad at times. Urianger is loosening up. I think going from the Pixies to the Labyrinths was just wore out his sanity. That's a great way of putting it in this game. Then kind of would become Lunarians and we'd have Zima's situation over him. Two platonic dads, nods, yeah. It's so heartwarming seeing Urianger lighten up over time. We stand Urianger in this house. I agree about the rush music. It's a bit high energy and feels out of place for music scenes. Yeah, it seems like V10, like I think there are multiple people who definitely support your feeling on that. I think, you know what, for Tam and V and anyone who feels that way about the music, can you do me a favor? Can you, let me know when you think it coming in would be better. Because I'm interested in that. Breakfast place in Omaha had lemon ricotta pancakes that are to die for. Well, lemon on pastries, I don't want that, but I'll appreciate a good breakfast place, that's for sure. Yeah, like 3 years, I think Elio probably knows. I feel like the prelude application is what gives it a push towards forward momentum to me. Yeah, I think we definitely agree on the push. I think it's just the level of rapid urgency, I think. But I definitely see what you're saying. Yes, he was in there for 3 years. It was 1-1. The twins were 1. The Urianger and Y'shtola were 3, and Thancred was 5. That's the length of time.
That was ever so delightful, and with this much information, I can fine-tune the moon's environments for your people's comfort. It's surprisingly tricky to estimate the appropriate temperature settings for being so lacking in fur.
Why did I not ask JK how to make carrot muffins? We could have had a baked good business with happiness.
Oh, I wish that would come back up.
Oh no, there was nothing in particular I was hoping to go. I simply wish to see, hear, feel, and think as much as possible as I can while we're here. What does that look for? What did I say?
Doing as Hydaelyn bids, Livingway. The Labyrinthos wants for activities and stimulation, but I struggle to conceive of how to busy them whilst we wait. Big damn cutscene. Yep. I suspected that would be what your guys' thoughts on that. What's up, Growing Way?
Yes, Elio. That was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw that reconstructed environmental data from Aetheris and Logisticon Alpha. That's why. A forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all of your forests like that?
The Black Shroud is leafy indeed, and quite tranquil.
Gasp, I say! Gasp, I say! With this star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard, yet achieving so little.
Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Thancred. How didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping them to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here. Despite the news of the coming end, we have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. We can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Though aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden.
Me? Be of use to people? I'm honored that you would think of me so capable, but I'm not sure that I am up to the challenge.
Nevertheless, I believe in thee.
If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try.
I passed someone moping in the Western Plaza, and that looked to be in need of helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him. It is as good a place as any. Come. Enriched Carrotorium. Carrotum. You would say that, Wildwood. Hey, I started in Limsa. So I'm above the first tier, yeah. What was the response on SK when you said the first line? Urianger telling us the rabbit need enrichment. I feel like yeah. Yeah, same. But also my Warrior of Light is 90% smartass. 10% done. Yeah, very. I'm a lot more like 90% earnest, 10% smartass. Thancred has trained himself to listen for tiny voices because of the time with young men Filio. Sounds good, Kiko. Enjoy dinner. Oh, can I help you? Yeah, is there anything we can do to aid you? You seem rather down. It is you who would help me. Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray, tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the airship, that's the sum of decades of Charlian ingenuity, that is built with peerless elegant technology, is all true, but I know that none of that's a guarantee. We never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard the first voyage, but even so, if it fails us, then what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent this from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the Afterburner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with those most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears.
Oh, I'm not sure about that, but, well. Maybe you could tell me if there's any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about.
Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatio-temporal spell to regulate the environment. But what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we left the star?
Aha, gravitation. Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places.
I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet if Thancred's tale be true, still others would benefit from insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Labyrinthos to attend them?
An excellent idea, if I do say so for myself. There's naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the finest people of Aetheris, and learn more about them while we're at it.
Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Elio, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray, seek thee out the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable labyrinth. Count on me.
Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every labyrinth, and every labyrinth in their place.
Damn, Urianger's so insightful with people. It's different insightful, though. Yeah, that's the thing is, Urianger does get people. He just struggles to communicate with people and to express himself correctly and accurately to people, right? Like, that's his struggle. And I can relate to that, right? Which is, like, I understand people are not always that hard to figure out. But to communicate to them correctly, to convey what you're trying to do, is the hard part in my experience. I'm earnestly a smartass. Lid, a person after my own heart. There's an NCP here doing the slat, chair sit, and ledge. Why can we not? I made my character Raven slowly grow more done and sarcastic as the story went on. Sarcasm is an art form. I expect no one to say that more than you, Ray Ray. I think the only line that changes when you give them a line about the first is like, gasp if I say, or something like that. ADHD disaster. Made Warrior Lights Big Mikote Himbo. My alt is an adorable Al Ross of 90% earnest, 10% trying to catch the brain cell. Join our YouTube channel for a low price of not much a month. You get custom emojis, special badges, and the warm fuzzy feeling of supporting your favorite archivist, and your name gets turned in green. Also, you can support us over on Patreon by offering us a couple dollars a month. You get access to your name in the banner above my head, as well at the end of videos when they come out, and all over on the Discord, you get a color change for your name. I wonder if Urianger communicates better through written form. We know that he feels more comfortable in it, right? As we'll see in a specific line coming up for sure. You also join our Discord over at discord.gg/Eorzean Archives, where we do a bunch of content together as well as help people out. He's looking for group for 14, and sometimes even play other things together. What am I thinking about? The medical facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and Hydrogens, but imagine every illness to the or injury that one might face in the great expanse is beyond any of us, to say nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely might have on our body. Well, we're gathering people around we're currently gathering people over in the square, and we have a bunch of experts who might be able to provide some insight. The crew from the moon? Why did I not think of that? Thank you for the emotes. Gay-bulge. Donald Worms? Deadpool. Graha. Rav, Elio, and Raha being hyping about the gay-bulge. God damn it. God damn it, Tim.
The end of the world is nigh! The work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things. Feasible one moment, utter bollocks the next. And yet I've never felt so alive!
This one is beyond your help. Only sleep can save her now. You, yes you idiot! Have you seen an envelope lying about? The imbeciles refused to give me the alchemic I ordered without the bloody slip of parchment. I have not, but I have some people who might be able to help you. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt there'll be more help than you, and you've wasted enough of my time already. It would be unfortunate for all involved to inflict this man upon the Labyrinths. Elio just met himself. Chat just disappeared on stream? Ooh, interesting. Let me fix that. Ooh, that's interesting. I will fix that real quick. That was weird. API probably goofed, yeah. Felt so goddamn attacked by that one. Trying to rescue him, so that we're offering Raven a job still. That is the one thing that's hard chatting in chat box, chat room, and so on. It's very hard to put nuance behind what you say. Yeah, sarcasm comes across as just mean instead of sarcasm. Well, and it really doesn't help that I, as a person, take everything when a lot of times the text is just face value and engage with it as such. That's why I know some of you have started using /J to clarify. But yeah, no, that is definitely the hard part, Catherine, for sure. Oh, chat did a poof on stream. I didn't know this. Also, checks there. Got Elio to say, "God damn it, Tam," on stream. Mark off their to-do list for the day. Hi, can I help you? We have some specialists over in the square if you want to talk to them. My face? What's wrong with my... Oh, perhaps I am a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the sustainability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Well, I mentioned the specialists earlier. They may be able to help you. They're from the moon. Including the Loports in our discussion is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will. Thank you. Perhaps the biology itself might offer some clue as well. Can I do anything to help you? We have some specialists over in the square. Consults? The consults are collaborators. I suppose that would be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate to a fewer trips, should the Aether Burner make our original estimate unfeasible. But there are simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. But perhaps our lunar associates will have more insights into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. Also, based on some things that'll happen next, I think it's important that the Charlian plan is treated with like the respect, the complication, like the amount of effort they're putting into this and the amount of like hardships they're trying to overcome in order to make sure their plan is working, I think is really important to do now. How might I help you? Is there anything you need help with? We have some specialists that you may want to talk to. My, what a lovely idea. I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed out to pick some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I need only track down 100 or so cups. But don't you worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. The woman is doing better than you are. Come on, milkshake. Hi-ho! Away! Song of home. Yeah. You know, expands all the way out there. Yeah, there we go.
Worries. No, I believe I'm fine, thank you. I've been confiding in my colleagues, and it's helped a lot. Can't recommend it enough.
The researcher already has the support she needs. Lalafell support? This is the Lalafell support hotline. How may I... Popotos in crisis. This is the Lalafell support hotline. How may I help you? There we go. That's the joke. I had to think about, okay, what is...
Have you heard anything of what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it up there, but the searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars and gods knows what made by gods knows who. Well, we have those makers over in the square if you'd like to talk to them. Might put you at ease. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing! I hope they like my questions.
I had a memory of the video Sad Cat Diary if you thought of that. I think one reason I didn't like the music on repeat here is because I spent the entirely too long running around the exact bit for looking people to talk to. Apologies, but I'm waiting a delivery. Whatever it is, we'll have to wait. It seems the Gleaner is too busy to chat for his benefit, or otherwise.
Concerns? Nay, there's no point in worrying at this stage. It'll only make the work go that much slower. The woman seems to be coping well.
Or ventilating engineer. By the gods, my chest is tight. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like?
No, it's a panic attack, but if there's anything I can do to help, let me know.
Oh, do pardon me. I didn't see you there. There's no cause for alarm, I assure you. No cause for concern. Even though we may need to depart at any moment, and if the hollow design buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind. But that is highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely. Highly.
Would it help if you had someone to talk to? We have some specialists over in the square.
Our visitors can help me triple check for structural flaws, you say? Why, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. I'm honestly surprised no one made like an Etsy that sells Jobstone gummies or hard candies. Okay, I'm surprised too, but part of that is because selling, like, you'd be surprised how much of a pain in the ass that is. I one time had to manufacture a whole bunch of candy for my friend who's a streamer, and oh my god. 56 bunches of weeds in the ground, 56 bunches of weeds, rip one out, add it to the mound, 55 bunches of weeds in the, oh, hello. Is there anything I can do to help you?
I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see, but then I found myself unable to relax at all, so I went on a walk and then I noticed these weeds and... we have specialists in the square if you'd like to talk to someone. Pleasant conversation partners, and oh, so fuzzy! Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax.
What an interesting individual. Okay, so what you're saying is we need to make candy molds in the Jobstone. I could go make silicone molds out of food safe silicone, and then go cast candy versions of the Jobstones. Like, that's actually not that hard. I mean, it's not hard. Shipping it and getting that all taken care of is the bigger pain in the ass than anything. I hope they like my questions. Me, whenever I ask the tea community a question, oh, I do, lady. It's pretty rare I don't like your guys' questions. It's usually not like any of the regulars. It's usually just like someone asking something to intentionally be obstinate or something. Where forever equals 5 minutes. I feel like Warriorfly understands all these forms of panic, anxiety, stress. Hey, your lore question. Yeah. Who usually makes the Jobstones? Ask the totally as an instant lore question. It varies. The Jobstones typically come about as a byproduct of practitioners of the art, and then are passed down, and then just accrue information over the time. Kind of like how, you know, oh, frick effect. Machinist guy, you guys know his name. Long name, frick, I'm forgetting his name. But the machinist guy, you know, kind of just hands you down for the machinist. Stefanovic, right? Stefanovic, is that it? Or is it just Stefan? Stefanovic, yeah, okay, cool. It was Stefanovic. Thank you, Tam, for the wrong but getting me their answer. Science, mother me know. Does hyperventilating an engineer fit Hellsguard naming convention? Engineer is not a geological. Oh, that's funny. Okay, Ray, I'm gonna check that map you have now. Because now I'm struggling to find people. Know something French. I just remembered him as Steven. I think all those jobstones we know about are the summoner jobstones. Yeah, that should be right. The 6th. Scholar, yep. Est, yep, older than Est, older than Sage, older than Bard, older than Machinist for sure, older than Dancer. Actually, we don't know for sure if the Dancer jobstone as a practice art in Razat Han has been around since the 2nd Astral Era. Well, no, because that's Mara. Razat Han only really starts to rise post 3rd with what happens. Yeah, okay, so no. So Dancer is almost assuredly is younger. Black Mage is younger. Summoner, what's in hand? Red Mage definitely younger. The 6th Astral Era. Blue Mage is new. Reaper younger. Samurai we don't know. Samurai is an art because of Othard, but it's probably older because of the amount of Othardian culture that arises during the 4th and beyond. So almost certainly is younger. Ninja was in the same Bolt camp. Dragoon is younger. Monk is younger. Gunbreaker is definitely younger. Dark Knight is younger. Dark Knight and Paladin are basically the same year. And they're all 6th Astral Era. Yeah. Warriors 6. Yeah. So, yep. Summoner is the oldest for sure. Okay. Pulling out my phone to check Discord real quick for the map that Ray made. So Ray runs through Endwalker all the goddamn time. And so because of that, Ray has created a map to do this section because she kept forgetting where people were. Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for Bell's Nose, so my back feels like a void cent plated as a piano. My feet and knees are drums and cymbals too. Gleaner seems fine, if in need of a break. Okay, I think we already did that one, so we gotta do the southern ones. There's one north of the Chocobo, and then one here, which I think we already did that one. Yeah, we didn't do the north of the Chocobo one, though. Just leave me to my misery. The form can appoint someone else. I apologize. Simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? Well, we have some pilot specialists you could probably talk to over in the square. You know a starship pilot that I might speak with? Truly? Well then, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. Oh, that's the wrong button. I meant to press V. Ah, there's the last one. Thank you, Ray. Ray is Saint of Tea. Changed my mind. I'm not gonna, because I'm with you. Blue Mage Quest NPC Martin always has an entire stack of Blue Mage jobstones, just as a tip. It's true. All the jobstones look different, so like with 2 or 3 summoners crystals look the same or different since all of them are made by different people. So that's a good question. We don't know for sure. We know that the ones that are manufactured and that are relatively young, all like for instance the machinist ones are manufactured. What we visually see in game shows, like for instance, all the Paladin job crystals are the same. They're all visually the same. So for each job. But whether or not that's because in lore that's true or a limitation of the game is anyone's guess. As far as we know from the evidence we have currently, all jobstones for a job look the same. But we know they would be different from the experience that they would accrue over time, and they do have their own temperaments. Yeah. Blessed assistants, where have they gone off to at a time like this? Beg pardon, but I have not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that aether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear, when I find those assistants of mine... Well, we have some people who could offer some assistance if you need that. The Labyrinthos are willing to help. Why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks. Lazy sods. All ravens have teeth, Marson. Mammoths, unlike those made of flesh and blood, can actually keep secrets, which is why we employ them here. Novaki, good to see, glad to have you. Dirty Lurker here, always glad to have you. Lore question, yeah, do you think we might become an archon in the future? So that's interesting, Novaki. We were actually just talking about that earlier in stream. I think it's, as part of the MSQ, no, I wouldn't think so. Would they ever potentially add a side quest or series of quests or things that you could do to become an archon? I think it's possible. I don't know it's likely. I wouldn't give a percentage on it, but I think it's very possible. Like, one thing that you could do is, like, okay, a prerequisite. You have to do all the studium quests, and you have to have every job at level 90, and then you unlock a quest that you can do in Sharlayan that allows you to provide information of the different, information, enough assistance and help to Sharlayan that gives you your Archon mark. Or maybe the quest is actually a very short quest, but mainly what it is like you're collecting a little bit of information from each expansion you've done, but ultimately it was actually just ceremonial. Because you saved Sharlayan and were so instrumental in that, you are given an honorary Archonship anyways. Or I could totally imagine something like that. Totally. I gotta rewatch it later for sure. Yeah. And I pretty much just went over most of it there too. There we go. Okay, so I have a question. Who's ready for some emotions? Hear me out. Blue Mage Chopstones either need to taste like gunpowder because of self-destruct or fish for flying sardines. I'm mad. I'm really mad. Just because I don't want to. I want it to taste like blue raspberry or something like that. But I support you because you're fucking right. Glad that question would be crazy. Yeah, it'd be really, really interesting. This is one of the best scenes in the game. Take a drink, and also one of the most emotional ones, at least to me. One of. Behold, Elio, though through thine efforts word hath spread throughout the Labyrinthos, verily to a far greater number than we anticipated, living way doth gather more Labyrinths as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skill, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, I prithee. Look at these guys. Look at this. Look at this unity. People from two different worlds. Look at that fucking Lalafell and the Loperet talking to each other. Oh, that's so cute. Look at it. I want to hug them both.
Elio, he said. Elio, he said he was glad we spoke. And he thanked me. It was all worth it after all, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Even the mistakes we made. Because now we can tell them what not to do.
God, I love the Labyrinths. I can't help it, Tam. It just comes upon me. Nah, Des. Machinist is Winterman. It's like evergreen Winterman. Because of Perthus and being alpine, and then also it's that bright blue that's minty.
Phew! Oh, finally some rest. Why, I haven't spoken so much in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
'Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed.
Look how far Urianger's come.
Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Umbrida. Remember, he's been carrying the guilt of what happened to Umbrida
there.
since 2.4.
There was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
If not 2.5.
Yes, I am.
Wilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
It hath been some time. Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
Alfei, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where.
Fuck, it gets me every time.
Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will.
I love
No
how
one could
proud
have
of his
ever
daughter
forced
he
her
is.
to do otherwise.
I love how he recognized his daughter for
Don't
exactly
blame
who she
yourself for her
was.
death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know, we always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Oh, fuck me. Oh, fuck me, man. What a goddamn scene. Like, just, like, cause, like, the emotions of that scene in a vacuum are great, but it's because you've been on this journey. Like, this is the thing about 14 is, like, its quality matters, but the reason 14 gets to be as good as it does is it gets to be a long-form story that builds upon it. If they had established Moonbreed at the beginning of this expansion, she dies, and then this happens here at the end, it would have been nowhere near as powerful as Urianger, where he is during 2.x, losing Moonbreed, all the journeys we go on, Shadowbringers with him, all that stuff, and then arriving here. And, like... And then also for this scene, not only to be an incredible catharsis and sort of climax to Urianger's story in a way, but also to still fundamentally be about the point of what this fucking expansion is about. And for this moment for Living Way, and this moment, like, it is... Love it. You gods, why are there so many... Good to know these go. Yeah, why are there so many God lines in one cinematic? Yeah. And here we see the Lahi problem repeated with this music. Oh, the intrusion of it? Yeah, I guess the thing is, like, the Labyrinthos music, though, if that had ended and the Labyrinthos music had started, I don't know how much better that would have been, at least for me. Because it would have been like that. This is one of the scenes of Final Fantasy 14 and Walker, yeah. These scenes do such a good job of being both emotional but consistently reminding you of the stakes through the Labyrinths. They're amazed by everything with the growing theme of none of this lasts. None of this lasts, but all of this is worth saving, right? 100%. Krista, good to go to have you. Has accomplished so much while she has watched over him. Yeah. Matt, I say this for every VA, but mad props to Urianger's VA. 100% lady. Yeah. Let's hold it together. Holy picture. Yeah. That was a mess the first time in the scene, but now I'm a mess at work. Yeah. Sorry, Deathberry. Especially with how much where I was at in my life when I first played this, which I know is only like not even 2 years ago, but like for me also, this scene just destroyed me. And I've seen this scene many times since, and it never doesn't. And I feel like that's part of the thing that like tells you when something's good, right? When it can continue to resonate over time. Oh, I'm assaulted with my tears. I guess there really isn't a good music for the scene to just kind of jump back into. I agree that it is like a jarring shift, but I almost don't know how you avoid that with almost any energy that wouldn't also be moving into a somber or like something, you know. It's kind of, I wonder if it's kind of in some ways a curse problem on that.
Remind me to invite Urianger for a drink when we have a moment to breathe. We're long overdue for one. We can raise a glass to Membrita.
I was so busy asking questions about it, Thuris, that I never thought to ask more about Urianger. I'd like to, but where would I begin? Goodness me, I've never felt like there was too little time before. There's so many people to talk to, so many things to learn. I assure you that my fellow Labyrinths are equally excited to have this opportunity. They were humming the whole way here. We spent so long gazing at the stars, wondering and hoping, but to be here now, to walk among those people, to be a part of their lives and know that we made a difference, is so much more than I ever dreamed.
Aww.
Oh, you must be one of the Scions, correct?
Elio Forcheron, at your service.
Thank you for caring for my daughter. The time she spent with you was all too short, but I know she was proud to have you as comrades. Urianger is too, I'm sure, and I certainly feel better for knowing he has good friends to look after him. See that he comes home from time to time, will you?
The classical Rogadan language isn't so different from Eorzean. Did you ever wonder why we named our daughter Moon's Bride? When I first held her, the moon was shining silver and full. The whole world seemed to glow, and I knew it had chosen her, that she would be a beacon of that selfsame light. Of course, we'd later hear of our fair share of jokes about how we ought to have gone for Sun instead, with how bright and stubborn she was. But fiery as Moonbreeder was, she was always kind and gentle.
I just want to say, because I don't feel like it gets pointed out enough, I love the way that Wilson is, well, Bloweed is like comforting and hugging Urianger. The way that Wilson is proud of Urianger and is proud of his daughter, and like clearly grieves her loss, but like is proud of his daughter for doing exactly what she wanted to do, be exactly who she was, and never to back down from that. And to like his pride in his daughter, clearly, I just love it so much. I think if you had some soft, dreamy, hopeful, sad music, would have been fine. But I admit that doesn't exist for the Sona or anything. Yeah, that could have worked for sure, V. But you would also have to like use custom music at some point, unless like the Labyrinthos music had always been that. Yeah, I mean Labyrinthos Night could have kind of worked. Some of the nighttime selections might have worked. Yeah, Ray, you literally, yep, you said it already. Yep. Or you just carry the cutscenes music to the next one. But it never bothered me much either way. Yep, all fair. Just notice the quest seems to lock the time at noon. ET considering image at 8 p.m. Yes, it's definitely the quest. It's for sure the quest. Yeah, we need to go back and talk to all the NPCs because they clearly missed out on a lot. There is a lot there. The nighttime theme is very calm, yeah. Wilson goes into the good dad basket for sure. Back to bed. I missed a good bit. I'll catch it on the VOD. Yeah, Kiko. There, it was a very good bit. Also, her death was way more sad on my ult after knowing about the scene. Gwen, good to go and have you. Sorry for posting this here, but can you kick my account from... I got hacked. Yeah, sure, yeah, we can definitely take care of that, Quinn. V or Ray Ray, do you guys want to handle that? Do you have a new one, Quinn, or have you already joined?
Oh, Elio, be assured that I am fine. I am.
Sorry, let me retake it.
Oh, Elio, be assured that I am fine. I am full glad to see them too, after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company, as difficult as it was to accept their kindness, to
would have been far harder had I faced them alone. So also I want to point out, so like, Urianger has, you know, a journey where like 2.0 to 3.3, he's kind of just like, kind of the same character, kind of established. You know, well, I guess actually even earlier than 3.3, we know that he's starting to do the weird stuff in the background. But 3.4 is when he gets to really move forward as a character a bit, and then doesn't really get to throughout Stormblood. But then in Shadowbringers gets a wonderful amount of development. But then in Endwalker, it gets paid off, but you have not only the establishment of Wilson and Bluida and his his fear of like having to confront them at the beginning when we first go to the Aetheryte study area, but also you have your conversation with him on the moon and his time with the Labyrinth. So like Urianger gets a really good amount of like a really full, it's not just like a bookend of just his concern at the very beginning and then this moment. There is like a really beautiful flow. I was very confused when I got in game. It was like night and stream was bright daylight. Yeah, 5.0 Shadowbringers really is the Urianger Globe expansion. Yeah, but it's really interesting, right? Because that the prologue to that, the prologue to 5.0 is 3.4, and it's also the prologue for Urianger's development, right? In a lot of ways too. You know, the music could have carried through that until you completed the quest. There we go. That could have been a way to do it. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Labyrinths. Not disposed to the rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some of you may still come hither seeking counsel, and so shall I remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alice. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she's less like to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I'd ought to be doing. Until later. Dude, I agonized on the thumbnail for this because so much happens. Dude, we only have 2 hours left, man. We still have a lot to go. Holy moly. A very interesting Labyrinth. Because, like, look, we've got the dungeon coming up. We've got the trial. We've got this moment that we have all this stuff that happens, you know, everyone meeting together. I almost wanted to just do a thing of like every person like in Eorzea that we, you know and love or something. Ooh, dude, my final thumbnail. Dude, the final thumbnail is gonna be real interesting. That wouldn't have been a bad idea. Then once the quest is complete, go back to the zone music because it hasn't started yet and our fans scoring. Yeah. One way to do it. When my boyfriend shed actual tears from Umbrita when she died, I fear he's going to be a puddle when he gets to the scene. As he should be. Joshing away returns to sit ominously outside of the building. Elio, what are you doing here? Urianger said, or Thancred said you might need some help. No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks. Are you sure? Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get those to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Alfino should be waiting for us inside when we arrive. I'll see you there. Hazard within. Hopefully it doesn't explode on me. Double worms! Dude, I'm so excited for the engine overhaul. Like, I don't even, like, not because, like, oh, it's going to make everything different. Like, I just, like, it's going to be fun to witness this game in a new light, as it were. I'm still really tempted to try that idea to see if I can finish, like, all of ARR in one sitting. Yeah, preferably don't shake the box. Organic specimens. At least they someone squeaking. I once made a Medion outfit when you were in Alpus too, but I don't think you ever noticed. Eventually resold it as a costume like. Oh, I maybe I didn't Oblivion, but I think I did. Maybe I just thought it was a different outfit. Have a good one, Deathberry. Cart to Ultima.
Oh, you're helping with crates. Wonderful. You can put them there with the others.
In one sitting? Yeah. Oh, Cart to Ultima. Yeah, Cart to Ultima in one sitting. Yep. I think I can do it.
You have my gratitude. But how did you come to be involved in this? Huh, then I suppose I have Thancred to thank as well. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing those boxes to Aporia to begin with, so was I. It turns out that this is the base of operations of sorts. Those with final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Farther included, I suspect. That should be everything. You carried all of that at once. Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh hush, they're lighter than they look, and not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we finished. Theopolden is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why don't you come along? You shouldn't get credit for your assistance, at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something of interest.
A sitting reborn. Well, thank you for the effort, Oblivion. I appreciate it all the same. Also, why are they manually carrying them when carts exist? Maybe there's no... all the carts are in use currently.
This must be Theopolden. I keep thinking that I've seen him elsewhere, but cannot for the life of me remember when.
Gods, it never ends, does it?
What can I do for you? We brought samples from the Charlian Hamlet, Series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Ah, thank you. I had expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You are Fortunal's children, are you not? Alfino and Alice at your service. You're well acquainted with our father, I take it. Quite. I've been friends with your parents since our days at the studium. I remember when you were yay high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly it's been quite some time since we've met. It's good to see you again. Wielding your father's new liths, no less. You knew our parents when they were young. What were they like? Pray, spare no details. I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and reams of paperwork want for submission. We can help with that, in exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Well, very well then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery. So, how about you each take one?
Good thing Estinian's not here.
Wait right there.
Appreciate it, Oblivion. Again, I appreciate your efforts thus far.
You will find foreign representatives waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind, Alfino and Alice. Where'd they go? Anyways, I'm certain they will be back soon enough.
Yeah, map 6 is kind of hard. There's only really one place that makes any sense to see people. If anything, I'd love to, like, not see anyone. I doubt that I'll see no one just because, you know, a hunt train might come through or whatever. There's no way I'm going to recapture what my experience was like the first time I did it.
Are you not one of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the Aether Burner.
The nature of this paperwork is not particularly well-guarded secret, but due to how dull it is to read, will nevertheless remain largely unknown.
Theopolden's paperwork. I was beginning to worry he had misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents to my hands, at least. As for your other task, pray, keep this between us, but I sincerely hope you Scions succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, and so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Charlian has ever been a nation of the curious. It would be a tragedy indeed if we were ones to stymie your pursuit of truth.
You'd have to start early in the morning to do that. I know there's a speedrunner for AR that did it in 14.5 hours. Yeah, is that skipping cutscenes? Also, one sitting does not mean one day. So, like, I could go, like, 28 hours or whatever. Quick and efficient. I dare say you have the talent for this work. The twins' papers only need to be delivered to elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment. Raven. We return with not a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons, you will note. You both have my thanks and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe, you struggled out of your swaddling clothes, and... That is quite enough, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents that we asked to hear, to reiterate. Of course, of course. I've known your father for so long, I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the levy are named you honor such respect in Charlian is your family's storied history. You too can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard Nyunkrump's Hope, a lineage few can claim. I never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation. They were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. 'Tis why Nyunkrump's pronouncement, renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason, has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, Archon Louisois looked not to Nyunkrump's words, but his deeds. He asserted his defiance of his peers, that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tide was the true mark of our founders' virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations that led him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to its doom. There will ever be conflict and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louisois lived by the personal creed and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlian or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Fortunal could not reconcile Louisois' deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently it made a pariah of his father. Fortunal agonized over the contradiction for as much of his life. Gods, father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? Gods know Fortunal's cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day. That is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born. Barely recognizable he was, with the kind of dumbfounded grin I had not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it. He loves you to an embarrassing degree. But he is also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course, no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you well agree. I'll say. Thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought me make it to the proper place, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Hail, you three! Graha, surely Kokol hasn't driven you out of the forge already. For better or worse, no. However, he has set me the task that requires more than my single pair of hands. And here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Alice and I have prior commitments, and we have delayed too long as it is. What about you, Elio? Can you spare the time? Always. For Graha? Always. Perfect. This shouldn't take long. I've usually done a 32-hour day, 32 hours programming in Lua pretty much nonstop. I could see a 24-hour, 14 run being possible-ish. Oh, I've done near 48 hours straight of stuff, I definitely could do it. I could definitely do at least 36, 32. Be hard, but I could do it. Be very loopy by the end.
In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Kukol wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Kukol's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of aether being funneled to his furnaces. The flow of fire-aspected aether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is where we part then. We'll see you in Charlene Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before.
That makes him look. Yeah, it does, Krista.
This way then.
Oh no, the cats have arrived. Get rid of my cat when I left. That's Catherine. That's terrible. I'm so sorry. That's insane. I'd be worried if you weren't loopy by the end of such a marathon. Yeah. My deepest empathy to you, Catherine. I'm sorry, Catherine. That's really sad. If you want, I can go get the boy so you can at least wave to you. Unless that's more of a reminder.
The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire aether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water-aspected aether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself. Trust me. Can I ask that you put down any that draw too near? Pose a little trouble, I'm sure.
Honestly, at current pace, I wonder.
Wait here if you would.
If we actually will see the trial or even the dungeon today. There's a chance that we might do the dungeon and trial and then arrive in map 6 next week and then do all map 6 in one sitting or something, because holy moly.
Yappa is lured to the siren song of water-aspected aether.
Let me be level 90 already so I can use my confiteor. I beseech you. I beg of you. I prithee thee. Yeah, the prelude is so simple and yet so iconic. I mean, it's probably partly the reason it's iconic is because it's simple.
Did everything go smoothly out there? I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside, either. And the water aether appears to be venting properly. I expect Kukol will have seen a difference in his forged flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I have been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you and only you have been to Elpis. As we have established, refined adamantite is the product of Alag, of the Empire's twilight years in fact.
I love that they've been using this for Amon, but they've also been using this kind of for Alag.
It was a material which saw much use as part of the Allagan's efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world, Dalamud, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Alag's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Amon. Van Daniel. Amon sought to travel the Sea of Stars. You remember his time as Hermes. He did,
He must have had his own reasons, however, for there is no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his life as an ancient. He only joined the Scions once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak? A natural disposition towards which they are inclined. I forgot this was in here. This whole thing I've been saying about souls having natural dispositions was something that was piecing together from the text and subtext. I didn't realize they textually already said this. So good to know my point on that has been emphatically confirmed. We know that with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alag that moved Amon to resurrect Emperor Xande. The Emperor's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Xande's return, Amon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Xande been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by how those around him lived, who could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them sought that meaning, that hope in the distant stars. Such is my theory. Ultimately, it is the consequence of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment. And yet, to reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough musings for now. Why don't we see how Kukol is getting on? Nice lady. I'm so sorry you have to deal with that. Yeah, I would be devastated to hate that for you. Yeah. Good, yeah. Out in the country, cats and dogs tend to show up and disappear randomly. Yeah. Wasn't me, Tam. I don't know why autocorrect did garage instead of garbage. In 16, Prelude is even iconic. We'll play it infinite. Yeah, good rip. I'm mostly just trying to miss him laying beside me. Don't have any time to reach out to pet him. I'm sorry, Catherine. That's hard. Language nerd moment. Prithee thee isn't a verb, but a contraction. Or I pray thee. So please. This makes prithee thee. I prithee thee. Very Department of Redundancy Department. Nerd moment over. Did I say I prithee thee? Or did someone else say? Because if I said prithee thee, that was just me stuttering more than. But yeah, prithee thee would definitely be. I can imagine how much that hurts. It reminds me of the cats I've lost to aging, so I do at least get a little bit of it. Yeah, of course, Catherine. No worries. I was wondering why we were having that moment with Graha, but that absolutely makes sense. That moment of him of all people, thinking about Amon and about souls and on Alag and all of that, I think is very, like, the way in which he's thoughtful and the way in which those things are all tied to his own experiences, both with the Crystal Tower, with his knowledge of Alag and all of that, I think is very resonant. I'm a little sad that the game didn't point out, that he didn't point out there and then that for all his destructive desires, for all of his, without Alag and without Amon's advancements, we would not have the ability to save ourselves right now. You know? Which is interesting. I did thoroughly brief Kukol on the refined adamantite's history. I only volunteered to go to the reactor because I was finished and there was little else to do. Hopefully that dispels my misapprehensions that I was kicked out for prattling on. Aye, woo! I can feel those flames ablazing from here. Glad you found somebody capable, Graha, but there is not much left for you to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. I do trust you're to deliver on the promise. I do, only. I hate waiting! I want the adamantite and I want it now! We, share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? I wish. The sitting about's unbearable. Pity the forum's frowns and the recreational explosions. Man, Coca-Cola is a Lalafell after a Gabi's heart. Well, so long as they can't prove it was premeditated. Get ye gone. I've mistakes to make.
In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure that nothing has gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better uses for your time, however. I'll join you in the Charlene Hamlet anon.
Coca-Cola's a mood.
If you wait here, your companions are bound to turn up, sooner or later. Is that Charlene playing hopscotch?
Fuck! Why did you have to play this theme? Oh god, just hearing this theme
All set,
gets
I
me
take it.
emotional.
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals, trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loperates, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have for the most part been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphano, are you there? It's me,
We built it.
Cryo. Your special delivery
Honestly-
has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
One of the names of the song could have been "We Built It Together,"
Speak of the
which
devil. Let us go at once.
Man, I'm gonna in my soul I'm gonna treat it as an unofficial name for it because that's so resonant.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested with all speed.
Oh my god, it's this scene! Oh guys, here we fucking go. Also, we get the biggest trolley of troll moments in the entirety of the game.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
All our friends are here, baby! Everyone's here! Link! Suffer. Wait, wrong
I'm
game.
sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
Is the Prima Vista there even if you haven't done Ivalice?
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
I really hope we get more sick cards in the
Yes,
future.
because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamant shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not
Eorzea being an Eorzea.
My, what a grand welcome party. Hancock and Soroban. We come bearing relics both sacred and elegant, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
A lot of aether.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of Racen Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane. We arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements. Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid, with our dango, never fear, and consulted with the other auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary Phoenix Blade for this noble cause. Suzaku and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onokoro, where I had intended to entrust it to our Confederate allies.
What did they say if you
I
haven't
thought
done
instead
auspices?
to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease, and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally, or die trying.
Good guy, Soroban.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time. Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenar Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture? When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending. When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also had the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Amelians!
Amelians.
I love the fucking way Poor still says their name!
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And would be ashamed to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent.
Textual troll.
Waste not.
Glorious.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Hey, Anvil.
You were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlotte. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters, though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guild ship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon? And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
Sid!
He's not wrong.
You brought the team.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
Alpha.
Oh, I nearly forgot. We stopped by Whirlit before coming here and picked up a package from Gaius. He's still of the mind that actions make for better penance than words, contrite or otherwise, so we offer none of the latter. What he sent is an Allagan relic Valens used in his weapons experiments. Has a fair bit of refined adamantite in it, too.
As you like us not suspect, we've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud shard.
Friendly reminder that that's Gosetsu and also Vreetra's voice
I
actor.
admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryl's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them. I know.
Gobbles! Gobbles!
Slothic's
Gobble
gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness.
Oh, you heard it here, folks. Gabi's making it, saving the world.
Machina and the Allagan defenses was a sight to behold.
Fucking Gabi's broken.
You would have been impressed by the magnitude of the gobby booms.
Gobby booms!
Fascinating as always.
Dude, you fucking hear it here.
I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat
Goblins
have
could
more
be
pressing concerns?
Goblins could have been Binding Coiled Savage.
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Hydaelyn's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Chris-Velgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire,
First reference
too,
says Jaya.
stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well. Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all."
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Bugger me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again. Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent. Think of how far we could go. What we could do with that much power. What we could blow up.
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scions' end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
And for the first time, he can take off the burden from
Then
himself.
I will bear it with you.
Alone.
I beg you, share your struggles with me. As family.
But he always would have preferred.
You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. It was love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisois openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Cartano. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Millions.
Understanding, love, forgiveness. I guess to me that's just everything.
Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scions' influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular. I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You've no small number of friends and admirers here after all.
Together, lend us your strength.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
Match to pass in 2 sentences back in 5.0, and it was the moment for moves. It's unperson to me. Yeah. No, I think you absolutely can still be angry at him for not like I need to give permission. I totally understand still being hurt, being angry or hurt because of that. To me, his context, his apology and his providing of context or why he felt he was devoted to the right thing and the best thing, and his desire to stand by them and with them now that he can give, not just hold the mantle of that responsibility alone, is enough for me to like forgive, to understand, to like, you know, like, I guess to me that's everything. It's like I care so much more that someone, even if someone says something bad, like someone's trying to be better, trying to do better, and trying to seek understanding and forgiveness, maybe. But and I think I guess the other important thing in that scene is right is that I think it's clear the twins forgive him, whether or not we do.
I had no idea how massive a weight it was until he lifted it off my shoulders, but more importantly, his words were an affirmation that the path we walk is the right one. A part of me might have been satisfied so long as my family and friends survived the final days, but to save this star is what we all want most, and if those same people believe that I can help see it done, who am I to say otherwise? Come what may, I will fight for this world of ours, till the very end.
It is interesting to point out that we are making the decision for everybody else. Like, I still think it's the right one, but...
I cannot wait to see what our friends from the Ironworks do with the ship. If I never see another crate again, it will be too soon. Unaided, we Scions could never have gathered such a bounty. Refined adamantite, relics sacred and ancient alike. I find myself quite overcome. Lise sent a letter along with Gridania's contribution. It seems she traveled there to aid in their adamantite recovery. Evidently, journeying to Gridania was quite the trial, as was getting into the Dalamun shard, as was reaching its depths. I suspect she will have a few kind words to say about the Alligans next we meet.
The time has come to claim our prize. Are you prepared? Actually,
Oh, my throat hurts from directing so many people to Labyrinthos. That only proves we got our money's worth. I apologize for not informing you earlier of Erenville's involvement. He was something of a contingency plan. Thank goodness we had him and his fellow leaners to hand, though it would have been monstrously difficult to locate Sid and transport the Hannish delegation here otherwise. We finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hand. Meanwhile, Father has issued to us an invitation. As was agreed, he will reveal the means by which Hydaelyn may be contacted. We are to meet him at Aporia when we are ready. Given the vital knowledge he holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, that the Forum's method for speaking with her is not without risks. I'm curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned.
Most of those who arrived at the Adamantite have offered to stay and see to any remaining tasks that need doing. The Forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you need worry about a thing.
Thank you, Tataru. We're off to Aporia then.
V, are you here? Look at all you guys. Ah, fucking... Got me a muncher. At least it gives me a second to talk to you guys. Millions has here with Vanilla Energy. Maker's Ruin pops in for the moment. Yeah. Maker's Ruin. The Evergreen edition of More Than Truth. I love that some people just called that More Than Truth now instead of Maker's Ruin. That is really has a fine voice, though. Can we all agree that Fortunel's voice is freaking, oh, so good. I am. V, do you want to do me a favor? We're definitely going to do the dungeon. So do you want to, perchance, grab 2 other people? Or at least figure out the party for that? You should have heard him in 16. It's pleasant to listen to. Yes, his voice was also very good when he popped up in 16. And no, Fortunel did not show up in 16, but the voice actor did. It's more of the level of angry I was, yeah. I thought by this point that with how many things I saw, the Warrior of Light should write memoirs, or at least a journal. Until I realized the unending journal is exactly that. Or even especially because of context, but I don't feel bad for having been angry at him. Yeah, totally agree with that, Tim. I don't feel bad for being angry the way I angry at the time in 5.55. Definitely. Maybe some should make a video about their story. He won me back pretty easily. The scenes come with the realization that he never abandoned his kids, but valued saving them above the way it would hurt to keep them distant and lie to them. Yeah. I appreciate the context and him allowing himself to be vulnerable for the twins. I couldn't stay resentful because for a while he couldn't even share with them what was going on because of, yeah. Read me making the choice for everyone else. It's a good point. I think we technically following the footsteps of the convocation, just in a different way for similar reasons even. Yeah, and I don't even mean to bring that up to like condemn us for it. It's just an interesting point, right? That inevitably, whether it's the forum, whether it's us, someone's making a choice for many who don't have a voice. The forum could, as part of the pact type thing they were under. Yeah, so they wouldn't be able to tell the twins unless they were on the forum or one of the workers. Yeah, but also from the lens of a parent, I could see myself being blinded by wanting to protect my own regardless of consequences. I really think his line about hate me, like I loved you so much that I didn't care if you hated me if it meant you were safe. Like, I know that's paraphrasing, but that I can understand, you know? Not just, oh, I was being dumb at the time or obstinate, but like this, my obstinance came from somewhere from the beginning. Can't wait for them to publish in the book named Final Fantasy by formerly W of what? Oh, very good, Infinite, very good. Big feels incoming. Yeah, you're not wrong, lady. I totally didn't just pickpocket your job, Stonewall. The area threat, I could use the gang surrounding it. Sounds good, Raven. I would bear your hatred if it meant you were alive to hate me, basically. Yeah, exactly. Like that, I have a profound amount of compassion for that, especially in light of someone who's telling you that as means while trying to apologize and also try to stand by your side going forward, you know? I just have a lot of forgiveness in my heart. It's just the reality too. For anyone who's like seeking forgiveness, I have, yeah. Elio, I have already shown the others inside. You will want to speak with Clarion. She has the key to the lift and could send you down after me. Dude, is he in here already, I wonder? No. Claudine is not in here already. That makes me sad. I wish MGG and Claudine and all those guys were already in here. You're with Master Functional, yes? Just step inside the lift here. As a parent and grandparent, I totally understand, yeah. From here, we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos and its most closely guarded secret, Thaumacy. It marks the beginning and the end of our efforts, whence we delve to seek an audience with the star, and whence we will embark on a journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. Dude, I love how big, like, you spend so much time seeing Thaumacy from the outside, but then, like, you actually, for the first time, like, walk to it, and you, like, realize how enormous the actual structure is. Yeah, I just wanted to walk in. Thanks, though. Look at that beauty. Dude, I want a model of the Ragnarok. I wonder if anyone makes them. I'm sure someone has a 3D print model that I could probably do. Oh, pretty girl. I bid you welcome to the Thaumacy. Direct your attentions towards its center to behold the ark over which we have long labored. As you can see, 'twas designed as a medium-sized craft, better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. The Aether Burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall retach it soon enough. I have received word that Kakol and several of your allies are working on it with intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear that they will not afford us much time for speaking with Hydaelyn ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. Oh, dude, a 14 miniature wargame. Oh, lady, don't even say that. I've been on a bit of a Warhammer kick lately. Yeah, Ryan, that'd be super cool. We must learn of Hydaelyn's greater plan. We can only hope that she also knows the current location of Meteon. We can do neither if we do not focus on whatever trial awaits us within. You feel it too, don't you? The ship is impressive, but it pales in comparison to the vast primordial power beneath our feet. It would seem enchantments most advanced have been woven into the ship's very bones. Wilson and Bluida were doubtless called upon for their expertise in teleportation magics. It was the Alligans who first combined the mechanical and ethereal sciences into a revolutionary discipline. Given that the ship is nothing short of a technological marvel, in that precise vein, Alligan salvage should suit it well. I doubt this is what Erenville meant when he said that there remains much we do not know, but I simply can't believe everything that was hidden underneath the city this entire time. If meeting Hydaelyn proves difficult, even for the Forum, then perhaps Oh, it is an uninformed idea at this phase, I'm afraid. I will duly inform you if anything comes to it. I can well imagine the zeal with which they're working on the Aetherburner, and all I can say is that I'm glad we have something to do other than get in their way. Once it's ready, we'll see to it that the ship is put to good use. Also, if you haven't, there's a short story about this section of time right now with what we're doing from the perspective of Erenville and others. If you haven't read it, we have a reading of it that you definitely should go check out. If Ray or V won't link it. To think how many generations labored for this end, that we may aim higher still. We must spare no preparation, and that means speaking with Hydaelyn, no matter the cost. I have done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? I am. Her children, one and all. We make for the lift at the center of this chamber. Come. Burning bright. I need to know what this frickin'... What does this have this law thought to say? I'm performing final checks on the parts of the ark we're constructing. Even the smallest error can lead to a huge catastrophe, so we cannot be too careful. That's interesting. V, thank you very much for your help. Much appreciated. Final Fantasy 40,000. Oh my god, now that you mentioned it, wanting a model list, I suddenly need a Lego model. Oh, but then I also need an entire Lego series of 14. Can you imagine it? That is a crossover that I do now very much want. God damn it, Misigo. Imagine them doing assembly or wool pack with lots of parts like cat's tailors or short leg pieces for levels. Ah, that's funny. Square Enix prefer to produce stuff from under their own companies like PlayArts Kai. Yeah, you're not wrong. I stalled so long here because I didn't want the duty support and couldn't wait for my life and me to decide who to take with me. So the last arc of Endwalker, we're going to break them, yes? Yes, sir. Okay, guys, as all emotions from here on out. This doesn't strike me as particularly dangerous, unless one is afraid of lifts. The Aether here is more brilliant than I have ever seen. Am I the only one feeling terribly nervous? Surely not. As a means of communing with the heart of the star, it is disappointingly mechanical in design. I doubt there's anything worth worrying over, not for Hydaelyn's champion at any rate. They must employ a full cohort of engines just to maintain the lifts. With this ship in the way, I didn't even notice this was here. I should hope that Master Fortunella has more to share ere sending anyone stumbling into the ethereal sea. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists the ethereal plane, what we refer to as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilize this principle in constructing the Anti-Tower, and once more here in Thaumasine. No sooner did the Forum decide that an exodus from the star would be necessary than it began work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Hydaelyn's ever fainter echoes. So one second, I just want to capture a quick second of footage of that. Honestly, in this dungeon, duty support hits hard. Yes, it does. But honestly, it hits hard kind of no matter who you bring, for sure. For maximum levels, feel I say Thancred, Urianger, and Astinian. Yeah, that's pretty fair. The Aetioscope. And you communicate with her through this device? For a time, yes, but since the Seventh Umber Calamity it has been rare to even hear a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star. Then closer to the center of the star than we have ever dared, beyond the Aetioscope. Even so, I make no guarantee that you will find her, nor of your safety, not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, then we have no choice but to try. I know, only I wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The Aetioscope ocular lens, by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard, lies above us. Through it, we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths, there are pockets of aether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. We determine that you are at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket. We will recall you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your soul remained here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there's an increased probability that we will extract you too early or too late. Hey, Cryle! Literally spent all that time during Shadowbringers with their souls. Please, allow me. I have thought upon this much, and in truth, I do not believe that I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events at the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstripped my own. There is no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much she may wish it were otherwise. If I assist in the manner that Master Fortunal has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust me to do so? I can think of none I'd trust more. Compared to all the efforts you put into keeping us alive while our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving into aether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you wouldn't hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. Oh, Sidian. You flatter me, but rest assured that I will be keeping a close eye on all of you. There is one more thing. Those in ages past referred to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. In its embrace is memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or so we believe. Yet what of these memories? Few think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on ethereal tides. Some theorize that they linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you, for hatred or for love. Thus do I caution you to be wary, but also to have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. The Aetioscope, now accessible. Interesting. So it's important to remember that not everyone we bear witness to is seeing someone's soul. It can literally just be their aether that we bear witness to, their memory, and the residue of the memory that's washed away from the soul. Once you are below, you should proceed through the Aetioscope to the Central Observatory. That is where the objective lens is located. We can manipulate it to direct ethereal currents deeper into the sea. Though I shall assist you in every way possible, this is your journey to make when you are ready. I bid you step forward. Okay, guys. Who's ready? Kick some ass. Apparently clicking call your YouTube crash. Oh no. Guys, please don't wear funny costumes. Kind of ruins the moment.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me. Those things are pure malcontent, the residue of lives unfulfilled.
We got this, guys. Sinking resentment. Where have I seen that symbol before? That symbol exists somewhere else, and it's not. I don't think it's the Odin symbol, but. Tom Barry's very serious con too. Sinking cynicism, all the emotions lost. I didn't think about that. It's not the souls that we're seeing. It's what we're seeing is the emotions watched away, which is why we probably see Nybeth later. That or it's just Nybeth's soul. Either is possible. Else does that symbol show up? I know it shows up in probably some Charlene architecture. Just saw it recently though. Ilberd the Unrelenting. Sloppy! For those of you who have the sloppy emote, now's your time. Possibly the last time. Louis Sua's staff. In a rush of familiar wisdom, a memory of a principled scion takes form. Papalimo. Boss 1, Miss Crazy.
You cannot take this from me! Never will I surrender my devotion, my love!
If you don't remember, this is Livia from A Realm Reborn, who was in love with Gaius, and we killed during Castrum. All the bosses in Aetioscope are ARR related.
Bear my pain onto my enemy's breast? Agalea! Not again! Never again will I yield to you!
Odi et amo. Oh, it's not a follow. Bear my pain unto my enemies' breasts! Agalea! And also, yeah, if you look at the model, I'm so sure one of you guys are saying that. The model for this is mainly inspired by Ruined City of Mach. I'm forgetting, what's her face? Final boss of that. My Lord Gaius! Oh, hey!
Follow the
Level 90.
flow of ether. It will guide you. The ether is too dense. Ah, I'm losing you.
Yeah. Seeking dissension. Seeking desire. In a rush of familiar affection, the memory of a valiant archon takes form. It's Moonbreeder's axe, protecting us. In a rush of familiar delight, the memory of a kind-hearted knight takes form. Hey, I finally have full confiteor! Life is good. God damn it. Trying to hold it. Reconnecting. As my life belonged to the Empire, and death so too shall I serve. You guys don't remember Reconnecting was Cape Westwind guy, hardest trial in the game. That they removed because of its level of difficulty. I just realized some of you guys have been. Some of you guys may not have actually done Cape Westwind because you're newer. No, Cape Westwind was the easiest trial in the game. It was so pathetic that people literally treat it as a joke when new people were doing it, treating it as the harder, and that they put way markers on normal and all sorts of stuff. You will fall to Tartarus! I am all off in terms of combat today. This time I'll just keep it south, because... Lord Van Belsar, again, I fail you. But whose soul is it that provides the guiding light? Save a sentinel. Spirit of Minfilia. Remember, Hydaelyn told us that she returned 2 souls to the Ethereal Sea, one of them being Minfilia's. Nybeth Obilord, Sinking Regrets. If you have done Palace of the Dead, you will know who that is. Or played Tactics Ogre, for that matter. And now the final. Good job, everyone. Thank you, Lim. Thank you.
Is as far as you go. Oblivion beckons.
Not this time, Amon. Sundered Soul, Amon the Undying. There's a lot of mock Ryu stuff, because this is basically like the what's-its-face from Void Ark. Jarek and Josh. Okay, so it's blue. Let's do this, guys. One final push.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far. You will persist in this folly no longer. The stage is set.
It's set. Oh god, I always remember that line. The stage is set. Also, Lim, watching you go from that Tomberry outfit to the Reaper outfit is pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie. You win. And yes, I did just turn my camera around to make sure I knew which was my left and right.
Let the curtains rise for the main attraction.
Oh boy, how are we gonna survive this one? A bracing wind leaps from the pages of memory. Shiva.
What a boorish audience you are!
I might have done this fight a few times. If a boss or you are reversed and the enemy has a left-right order, just remember all you have to do is stand on the dangerous order. So like if it's if you're facing the same direction as left-right, stand on the right. But if you're facing opposite directions and it's left-right and left is dangerous, stand on the left. It seems like simple advice, but like I found it very helpful as a framing mechanism. Limit break at will. Well done, Lil. And it's over. Well done, guys. Thanks for helping out.
Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies.
You know, I mean, the thing that proves to me that Amon cares is like if he actually didn't care, he would be apathetic. But instead, he's devoted, right? You know. Thanks so much for joining in, guys. Oh, hey, got a. Okay. Who's ready for more sad cutscenes? Also, I want to know what you guys chose for your dialogue option for this when we get there.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Leave this to him.
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
Guys, the top of his mask kind of looks like an ancient mask. Have you no memories of Medion or of Hermes?
How would you know that name?
I traveled back onto Elpis. I know the truth and your story.
Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emetzelk. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought.
He knew the plan the whole time.
In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them, no matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emetzelk adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amara in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly. But make no mistake. My life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution. That is my truth, my answer to the question, and yet, Even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned.
Simpler.
To see your conviction falter at the last. Van, still clinging to existence, I see. You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to memory, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Is that Arcee?
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you.
Interesting. Sorrows of Warlit.
Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist.
How can you be even more of a
to
cunt?
be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance.
Fuck humanity, but Xenos.
Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus. Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
I want to know what you guys picked from the. Next time, we'll find the answers together.
Even here, even now, you have every right to hate me. For the fool I was, for the monster I became. But I will not beg forgiveness. A tale of Hermes, the man who knew so much, yet understood so little, ends here.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Likewise. I pray we do not meet again.
You had better hope not.
I can excuse Omnicide, but I draw the line at lying to Xeno-senpai.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
Oh, yay! Oh, I forgot that we go straight into the cutscene. Holy moly, okay. Another cutscene, heavy cutscene.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
What a beautiful design. We meet again, Vana.
I see. Thou didst journey unto Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge.
Loki, good to glad to have you.
I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
My favorite dialogue option in the entire game comes in the next cutscene.
One of two paths.
12,000 years, lady.
Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless that our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength and purpose and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, You pursue it nevertheless, and thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure.
She knows all their stories.
As
and all
witness
they've
to
gone
black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Our
Then
willingness to fight.
There is a means to confront her.
Yes,
Everything.
if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark! Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, eh? Sounds straightforward enough.
Stinian's fucking ready. Kill God, let's do it.
No room for confusion there. In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day.
Great straight line.
Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
The question can only ever be answered together. The Mother Crystal, now accessible. I can't believe they freaking made a duty support for it. I love it so much.
I stand ever ready.
Here we go. The Mother Crystal. Divine Light, Hydaelyn.
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth. Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
This will hurt.
A change of arms. May the test continue. I have you now. Where near or far.
Thancred, thank you.
And now this.
There.
Light unyielding.
God, the amount of them that do not do the mechanic is insane.
Try and stop me.
By blade.
Together we shall overcome this.
Light unyielding. By blade.
But they do learn their lesson eventually.
There. There. Crystals of light. To me.
What is she planning? The element, it's perfectly aligned.
If I may?
Here. The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow at hope's demise.
You cannot stop us!
Think. And find your way in the darkness.
And they weren't already? We're fighting God, Yustola!
Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back. Then you are resolved.
Away with you!
But this test is far from
You must trust my path!
Thy crystal's light.
Fucking Black Mage Limit Break 3!
Light unyielding. I have you now. Refulgence eternal.
If I may?
Where near or far. I have you now. Where high or low.
If I may?
Be gone!
And now elemental alignment. There's water and rock. Red sword.
By blade.
Stack first, then spread. Oop. Nope, sword first, then stack. Weapon, then element.
Succumb not to fear.
Be gone!
right, there's no light party, so it's just ice and rock.
Make ready.
Stack together. Weapon first.
Light unyielding.
I have you.
You underestimate me!
You underestimate me.
By blade!
Try and stop.
Come on. Just one more.
I will not hold back.
This is the end. And it's done.
At last, man has the strength to.
Thanks, guys. I knew there was a reason I did EX so many times. And so it ends. I hope that'll suffice. I never thought we'd end up fighting Hydaelyn herself. All in a day's work. A battle that will go down in history. Was there anyone to tell it? Yeah, I know. You still it just doesn't listen to me. Sorry, Infinite. Oh, this is my favorite dialogue option.
No,
Entire game.
this can't be happening.
Exactly, Lynn. That's the exact
Though
emotion.
my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having
She'll
seen
immediately,
mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. Their was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time.
She knew she was only ever
And
buying
so
time.
it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Labyrinthos. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of dynamis to our destination.
Indeed, to make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal, our final hope. Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope, as goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the crystal of Azan, yes? As Hydaelyn, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, for it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Asm's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
We'll find our way. Nah.
Of this, I have no doubt, for yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
The first time someone has seen her as a person in 12,000 years. She fought every step of the way. The final words of comfort you get to get her are promising her that we'll find our way, and that she did good, she did it right, and it's gonna be okay. She can rest now. Oh God, I love so much that they give you the ability to say that. Oh. Fuck. Oh. Oh, it's a crime that we don't get to hug out here. No choice, another option has to be the line. Yeah. I'm gonna go hug her. It's a crime that we don't get to hug anyone. Need a hug. I'm good. That quest name, her children, one and all. God damn it, Flow. Yeah. And I didn't realize this is the first time that I think the lyrics come in too. And if you don't know, Flow is a song from the perspective of Hydaelyn about souls returning to the ethereal sea. So how appropriate. The fact that she finally gets to rest is what helped me deal with the scene, but it made it hurt so much more. It's sad, but it's so, like, she gets to rest now. She can let go, and we have it, and we will find our way forward, right? Like, you know, we can't stop change, we can't stop death, we can't stop the end. But knowing that our journey was worth it, that it mattered, that it's going to be okay. I mean, like, that it's going to be okay. It's kind of like, she has been providing for souls returning to the ethereal sea for 12,000 years. The comfort that it's going to be okay and that life mattered. and it was all worth it in the end, right? She's been doing that for others, and so in her last moment, we get to provide that for her, and I think that's just incredibly moving. It stings so much that she doesn't even get to go to the Ethereal Sea. She gave up everything, including rebirth, for us. But also, I think she is absolutely at peace with that because she knows her Aether gets to make new life, right? So even if she doesn't get to be reborn, her letting go and becoming a part of new life I think she's still absolutely fine comfort in that. V, thank you. Yes, the meaning of flow. I did a lyrical lore on it a while ago. If you haven't watched it, big recommend. I'm very proud of that one. I'm very proud of that one and how I ended as well. But yeah, I think we're gonna call it for there today because we're already 30 minutes over time. Thank you all for joining in. There was a lot of crying today. There was a lot of emotions today, and I've got some bad news. There's some stuff that's gonna happen the next week because we're going on to map 6. Oh, actually, you know what? No, because we still have a couple cutscenes. We'll watch those, yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely worth a rewatch. I have to go to the bank things, yeah. Have a good one, Yukio. Friendly reminder, if you, Discord, if you want to join our Discord, discord.gg/archives. The schedule for the week, Monday, Tuesday are streams. Wednesdays are when videos come out, if videos come out. Right now I'm trying to take it easy. Thursdays, me and Aniri will be streaming Final Fantasy IV, and I'll be talking with Chris from Work to Game, and Gabe and Kaida. This weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we don't have anything planned. However, next weekend we will Saturday have for sure the cooking stream, so that'll be exciting. Cathartic Cries, absolutely. We have map 6 to get through as well. Oh god, the emotions are gonna be nuts. Yeah, Monday, Tuesday, we're finishing Endwalker next week, guys. Come hell or high water, and holy moly, it's been a journey. There's a certain field of arboreal creations that is gonna definitely get me very emotional with all our allies in it and all that. If you want to support us, you can support us over on patreon.com. A couple dollars a month goes a long way to supporting us and doing all the work we do. And get your name in the banner above my head as well at the end of videos when they come out. And Discord, you'll get a name color for that. You can support us also by giving us $1 here. Get Archon ship to get access to emotes or super chats, which help us fund the current goal, which apparently we're working on an Elio puppet. That or a Gabi puppet, we'll see. But yeah, I'm sure there's something I'm forgetting. Definitely watch Ray Ray's archived videos, which Ray Ray's been going like a crazy mofo on lately. Yeah. Oh, we're gonna be plotting. We're gonna start doing monthly glamour contests again. If you have interest in that, let me know. We'll post a thing soon to get that going again, and then yeah. I'm sure I have other things to say, but my brain's gone blank after all that crying. So yeah, if anyone has any final questions or things, now's your time. Everyone, thanks for streaming. Have a good one, Ryan. Kiko, thanks for streaming. Yeah, you too. Well, I'm off, Elio. Have a good one, Raven. Sarah, have a good one to you. To all my children, to whom life flow abundance. Indeed, oblivion. Indeed. Yeah, don't forget all the YouTube things. Don't forget the liking, the commenting on the videos, the subscribings. I mean, most of you, if you're commenting, you're already subscribing, but you can comment on the video down below as well. Yeah. Thank you for streaming. Yeah, anytime, Adrian. That's soon. Yeah, I know, right, Light? It's crazy. Night Tracy, Night Infinite. Ugly crying is in the future is inevitable. True, Meowza, true. Heck yeah, for Glam Contest. I love seeing people's idea. Yes, we're definitely gonna get back to running those and I'm trying to get back into running more community stuff, but I'm gonna need help with it just because otherwise I tend to overwhelm myself. But we'll worry about that later. Well, I guess that's what we're gonna call it for today. I've been Elio Forsteron, and what a journey, and what a final few steps to go. See you next time, guys.